Hello, hello, hello. It is time for some more Arknights. I am a little bit behind. Just a bit. We left off completing everything that we could possibly do before Battle 6. Hello, 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 hello. I'm doing well. How about you? So we currently have IS 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 to battle through. And of course the stories of 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, but as well as Long Story 3 and Final Story 4. So today we're gonna try and just speed through stuff. I'm thinking I may, for the sake of getting through the story, I may skip over the side stuff and just do that in my own time. Doing good? Just waiting on the second part of Chapter 4 for Limits Company? Heck yeah. That's what we're gonna be working on part 1. After we wrap up this event in Arknights, assuming there isn't another one coming out in like a week. So, I guess without further ado, should we hop into it? See if we can get this done today? Because I know we still have a lot to go and do. Oh gosh, where to go? It's gone. Game, please. Okay, I was gonna say, I know you work. Okay. Not much to do. Like I said, we got, we'll call it essentially 6 pieces of story left. And then we'll figure out what to do from there. I think like I said, I'm just gonna focus on getting done with the story first. And then if we have time, we do side quests. And then if we have time, we go into EX. And then if we have time, which we won't, but then if we have time, we go into whatever in the world that is. So, let us begin. I got Texas. Finally. I don't know if I had that last time, but I got Texas. No pendants, though. Put everything I had into that, but no pendants. Only one Texas. Are you alright? Just dreaming. That's why you shouldn't sleep on the sofa. Where's the old man? Don went to the theater. Are you going too? Tuzo does not answer, only sinking deeper into the sofa. Zati, Giovanna. That's right. Selenia, our original agreement was to ensure the balloons came out on top. But I've changed my mind. As long as you succeed, you don't owe us anything. At that point, you're free to go. This, I promise you, is a fang of Zoro, il Signor de Lupi. From the time she returned to the residence at sunset to the break of dawn the next day. Listening to the falling rain, Texas wiped down her sword while reading the script that was handed to her. La Morte de Texas. The story twists and turns, never straying far from what she's known. She has a faint premonition. But first she needs to sharpen her sword. Today, it may have to be a bit swifter than usual. The sun's still getting in my eyes, even though it's raining. Present food's not too bad. You all should give it a try. You're right about that. I'd even given him a few suggestions before. Now get in the car. Can I sit this one out? Just killing a single Colombian really deserves so much fanfare. Dr. Seleni's gonna be there too. Oh? What's the plan? She'll pretend to be an actress. Once the performance starts, you'll improvise the rest. So what about my costume? The adornment was... You wait in the audience and play along. Oh, right. What an insensitive old jerk. So where's he gonna be? He's not trying to find a nice place to watch a show by himself, is he? Adorn is not the business. He's got a meeting. A meeting? Yeah, with the car wash worker. Well, the car wash worker, you say? Is it a certain car wash worker we may know? Don't answer that, I know it is. Hi, sir. Just knew you'd be practicing in Miss Katrina's studio. I ain't gonna stop you, but don't you think you ought to head down to the theater early? Get some makeup and get ready and whatnot? Yeah, you have a point. See, I was already off to buy breakfast. I just have time to meet her. Okay. Say, didn't we say we'd set up a big old welcome for Xicia's sister? We did. But now I'm not sure we'll have enough time for that. Come on, watch your step. Ow. You alright? I'm fine, I'm fine. Doing a little something. Dang it, I knocked over that stack of books. Let me tie him up. Huh? Picture dropped out of something. Picture? Wait. Huh? What's wrong? Look at here. It's a photograph from many years ago. Sora can barely make out the background, of which that should be of the wide and bustling streets of Columbia Pass. In the center of the photograph stands a middle-aged man who wears a kind expression but exudes an audacity not to be trifled with. On his left and right side stand a Lupo girl and a feline girl. The girl on the left has beautiful blonde hair and sports a cheery expression, and even at a glance one can immediately tell that she has a bubbly personality. The girl on the right has black hair, her face betraying no emotions, making it difficult for one to guess the contents of her heart. Look, this picture. Ain't that Texas as a kid? And standing there with her. That's Katrina. Look on the back here. On the back side of the photo, Giovanna and Selenia. 1080. Giovanna. Hey, is that gonna be Katrina's real name? Giovanna. Giovanna Rosati. How long has this car wash been open? 5 years. 5 years. Coincidentally, that's how long my guard Tuskpiece has been missing. Only I knew how he was doing these days. City's been a pretty big place. There's always a way to survive. It never made any sense to me before. I fed him plenty of meat, gave him a nice den. Why wasn't he happy? Think he might have been vegetarian? Maybe. Maybe it never knew how bad meat actually was until it tried a full-course meal. Better not to eat it all than to eat something bad. Your car's done. You're pretty good at your job. Everything's perfect. You never fail to get it done just right. But, Dan Brown, nothing lasts forever. It's time for you to change your tastes. I'll think about it. Think carefully. Once you've figured it out, you're always welcome to come back. You're the backup bassist. Yes. Oh. Is that your natural hair color? Yes. That's special. Usually you have to dye your hair to work as a bassist. I've I've heard only those with Familia Texas blood have that eye and hair color. And now that I'm seeing you up close, your eyebrows look really similar to Salvador's. Are you his bastard or something? No, I have nothing to do with Texas. All sorts of coincidences out there, huh? Okay, take a seat over there. Your foundation's really good, so I should be able to get it squared away in no time. Theater box. Pardon me, are you satisfied with your seating? Yes, got a fine view. Excellent, excellent. If there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to call for me. Let's head down. You're not going to stay and watch? You know, I've never been a fan of this sort of stuff. I'm gonna grab you a nice drink. I'd like... brandy, I know. Sorry I'm late. No worries, everyone's still getting ready. Go ahead and take a seat. I'll do your makeup first. Okay. What's wrong? You don't look too well. You getting stage fright? No, I'm fine. Don't worry, Sora. You've been working so hard, everyone's gonna love you for sure. I hope so. Oh, right, did you know? What's wrong? Apparently the bassist got sick and couldn't make it to the performance. Huh? What are you gonna do then? It's no big deal. The director was able to find a stand-in. She's getting her makeup done in another dressing room right now. Stand-in? Are you sure that's gonna work? Just trust the director's judgment, alright? Speaking of the director, he didn't come tonight? He just dropped by to give some direction before leaving again. I think he's meeting with the guest. Important people are always so busy, huh? But it's okay, Sora. You just need to play your part, that's all. Yes. Oh boy. Oh, if it isn't Judge Lavinia. I haven't seen you here for a while. Have you come to watch tonight's opera? No, I'm just passing by. Oh, that's too bad. Did you know we're putting on the highly anticipated La Morte de Texas? I'm sure you'll love it. Sorry, I'm not in the mood. That's alright then. I look forward to your next visit. Huh? Tim Brown? What's he doing here? Did he really take my advice and come to the theater to unwind? But his performance is... Wait a second. Oh, did you change your mind? That's right. One ticket, please. Back in the theater box. Stop, Bernardo. Someone's here to see you. Oh? It's Rubio. Secretario di Sicurezza Alimentare. Let him in. Of course. Don Bernardo. You can just call me Director here. Ah, yes, yes. It's an honor to be here, Director. Take a seat, Senor Secretario. Let's enjoy the show first. Then we'll talk. Signore e signori, thank you for being here tonight. You are about to see another spectacular performance brought to you by Campagna dell'Alba. La Morte di Texas, Act 2, written by Signora Caterina. Every Siracusan already knows the story of Salvador, but how many truly know the details? Signora Caterina, who has a deep understanding of Familia Texas, provides us with her frank yet intricate perspective. Let us delve deeper into the life of Salvador. Break a leg, Sora. Right, time to go. Phew, finally found him. Atta girl. Sora scored a seat with a great view. Great expectations for her all around. Excuse me, would you mind letting us through? The Sancta girl. An unusual sight in Siracusa. Yeah? You're a Sancta too? I haven't seen you for a while. This is the first time I've seen one of my people. Looks like it's one good thing after another today. Go right on by, child. What's wrong? That's weird. I don't sense any emotions from him. Is he an exiled Sancta? But he's unlike any of the other Sancta exiles I've seen. Whatever. By the way, am I the only one who thinks too much of this crowd looks like monsters? Monsters? Oh, monsters. I hear tell the head of Rosati's family's here tonight. Hey, isn't that what you were just talking about? Yep. Well, let's just enjoy the show for now. Oh. I'm not singing. I'm sorry, I'm not singing. Especially if I don't know the tune. In an era where chaos and opportunity came hand in hand, some were swallowed by the tides of time, where others found it in the promised land. Violence and wealth, power and order. Onto Colombian soil steps a Siracusan, bringing with him only scars, hardship, and ambition. Oh, that's a typo. I'm assuming she's not signing. And thus begins our tale. Ladies and gentlemen, come and bear witness to whom this era truly belongs. That voice. I see how it is. You're here to bring it back, aren't you? But do you really think that's going to happen? Who the hell are you? Signore e signori, let the show begin. Oh boy. Oh boy. It all comes together. It really is you, Selenia. Huh? Texas? Huh? For a brief moment, Texas shifts her eyes to one of the boxes. She knows Bernardo is sitting there, gazing down upon everything. She feels it in her heart. Whether coincidence or some form of necessity, in this moment Sora is both a danger and a safe haven. Everything depends on her. The movement in the auditorium and the faint sounds in the distance all prelude the start of the assassination. She gestures to Sora for her to stay silent, then proceeds to pluck the strings in her hands. The most wonderful performance has begun. Alrighty then. Okay. Oh, we're getting good. It all comes together.
wicked. Bring it on.
What?
As a knight of the tower, I accept your challenge.
Car? Okay. My favorite type of enemy. The car. You know, here's the fun part. I'm not going to block you.
This will keep you quiet.
Maybe I will have to.
As you bid. For Victoria!
No, actually, don't do that. Do this.
Do my best.
You don't need to be there. You can be there. Sorry, friends, but that's not quite how this is going to work. We're just gonna go ahead and do that real quick. There we go. And now we simply wait. Cool. Nice and easy. Back up. This one's tricky. Don't fight her head on. Cover the aisles and the stairs leading up to the Donna's box. Those soldiers are pretty capable after all, huh? Looks like trying to brute force my way through isn't a realistic option. Silly Texas. It's pretty obvious she's got a recorder in that base. Sounds convincing though, the way she's plucking those strings. There it is. I can't break to the front. I'll just have to make a pad. Don't panic. Stand your ground. Yeah. Aren't you afraid to die? How are the others doing? The house and stairs leading to Giovanna's box are all guarded. They were ready for this. Leave it to the Rosatis. We've never been ones to underestimate Giovanna. More soldiers at them. We're not letting Giovanna out today. You might not have underestimated Giovanna, but do you think you underestimated me? What? You're... Well... Had I known the show today would have been so exciting, I wouldn't have gone to buy a drink for the Donna. If Signora Giovanna appreciates a fine wine, I happen to have a selection with me. No thanks. The Donna enjoys many things about Siracusa, but the wine isn't one. Siracusan wines are too weak. Same as you people swing your weapons. Doesn't make for a good time. Maybe you just haven't tried the best Siracusa has to offer. So, isn't this a great opportunity? You know how long I've been waiting for this. Balloons and Siracusa. Let's find out what Siracusa's finest wine really tastes like. Try to get up this way. Stop her. Who said I was going up? Huh? What? Explosives! Get out of there! Oh, the seats over yonder just collapsed. Is that Lapland? Look over there. Oh. Is it another familiar gang war? Yeah. Move. You had weapons in her instrument? Texas. Texas says nothing. She only shoots her a glance, parting her lips for a second before rushing up the stairs. Sora reads those lips. She said, "Wait for me." Run! Run for it! What do you think we ought to do, XCA? Sora's in danger? What? Oh, someone save me! Get down! Oh, you're pretty tough for an old guy. Do I look that old to you? Well, I guess I wouldn't go that far. Looks like today's performance is not La Morte de Texas, but rather La Morte de Rosati. Find somewhere to hide, children. That sounds nice, but our friend is still up there on stage. It's a goddamn hurricane all around the thing. You just go hopping onto that. Let's go backstage then. Okay. Come on, out of my way. Huh? Go, brave children. Thanks, old man. I'll buy you a slice later. Thank you kindly. Kids these days are so full of pep. What's your plan now, Giovanna? Donna Giovanna, you got everything locked down. Let's get you out while we still can. Why? It's my opportunity to watch a wonderful show from a fantastic seat. I'm going to have to savor this. Sora, you really are her true friend, aren't you? Now, how are you going to get up here, Selenia? Even if you can find a shortcut, getting to me won't be easy. But why to run right now? Do you think the Balloons and the Salazars would just give up and call it quits? This is a war now, my dear. The Balloons and the Salazars have decided to... I'm going to assume there's ignore or something like that in there. The Balloons and the Salazars have decided to ignore Senora Cecilia's ban on violence and started a gang war. Spread the word. There's only one thing we can do. Fight to the end. Of course. Looks like fine Siracusan wine was nothing special after all. I wouldn't gloat just yet, Colombian scum. Oh. Yes, I know. You Syracusans think the Colombian familiar just rowdy upstarts who haven't paid our dues. And yeah, there are a whole lot of incompetent idiots over in Colombia. What about you? Can you even sniff out the scent of blood under your so-called guns in order? We've never looked down on Siracusa. But from what I've seen today, you don't even deserve my attention. Well, we got a situation at the theater. Stumble the seats. Miscellanea is heading straight for the third floor. You have 5 seconds for your last words. Last words? What's there to say? If you're really gonna do it, then tell him so that I'm sorry. Sure. What? Leon? You? Well, out of this my way, Dimitri. Senor Leozusa. Here, I thought we can get along. You just lost your last chance for that. Well, well, well. Turns out the heir to a great familia just oozes charisma after all. You've made a fool of me, and still you tell me I had a chance to make things right. What's done is done. I'll make you a bet, Wallach. You're a betting man? Senor Leon, mio amigo. We're not in a dining hall or one of our offices. We're in a war. And only one of us is walking out of this alive. Trust me, you'll love this one. These Arknights are a pain in the ass. Your Honor? Oh, we'd never heard you were joining us on this one. And anyway, this isn't something you can just walk into. I'm not here to stop you. I'm not interested. I'm looking for someone. Who? I got one hell of a mess here. It's not gonna be easy to find anybody. All I need from you is to stay out of my way. But even if I die here, that's not a familiar Ballone's business. Suit yourself, then. There you are. Hold it. I work here. We got rid of all the workers. What is he doing here? Look out, Dot. Blood splatters and a few drops splash across Lavinia's face. Senora Lavinia, what are you doing here? The path opened by Lapland is doing its job. Only a short distance separates her from her old friend. She lets out a soft sigh. Chaos swirls all around her, but she knows what to do. I knew you'd come, Selenia. What a look in your eyes there. It's like I'm the prey. Let's see what the last Texas can do. Senor, Director, this is Chaos, part of the show. Chaos? In my opinion, Secretario Rubio, everything is in perfect order. What comes next will be even better. I see. You lead one of the most prestigious troops in Volsini, and you've put on a play unlike any other. I do have an intermission coming up, though. You may tell me what it is you want from me. What I want isn't very complicated. With Karachi's death, the seat of Ministero de Lavori Publici is now vacant. You must be thinking about who the most suitable candidate is. I take it you've decided you're that candidate. I don't think there's anyone else better suited than me. Ah, it's still mercy in you at a time like this. So this psycho isn't gonna finish me off. I'm not interested in a pointless fight with some punk who was never taking it seriously to begin with. What are you waiting for? What do you want? I made a bet with someone, and I hope I lose. Well, it looks in the direction Texas went. No one can stop her from assassinating Giovanna. Except Giovanna herself. There is nobody else in the empty room. Texas immediately realizes what is happening, but it's too late. A knife is already up against her neck. Since I came to Siracusa, I've been thinking about all the different ways someone might try to kill me. But I never once thought it might be you. I never imagined you'd let your guard down at a time like this. Did you think that when I saw you, I'd give you a big hug and cry thank you? And cry thank goodness, Selenia, you're still alive. And we'd sit down and share a drink and catch up on everything that's happened over the last few years? I'm here to kill you. Great! With that word, Giovanna drops the knife in her hand. She wears a radiant smile on her face, her expression full of longing, as if the murderous intent from a moment ago was but a light-hearted joke. Long time no see, Selenia. Long time no see, Giovanna. I'm a tad bit confused. Here we go. So, are you alright? Yes, I'm fine. Are you going after Texas? I saw her a minute ago. She told me to wait for her. Let's hunker down until this mess blows over. There's a lot of mayhem out there. You don't want to lose her. You're going to have to go after her. Lapland. I feel like it's the same with Lapland. People like her, there's no point trying to guess at what they're thinking. Better just accept what they say at face value. Only if every word they say is true can you start to figure out what they're ultimately trying to weave. They're ultimately trying to weave truth into a lie. Why is that? Well, you know who is waiting in that room. Giovanna Rosati. If there's anyone who could actually get Texas to come back to Siracusa, it ain't me or Bernardo. It sure as hell isn't Signora Cecilia. It's her, Giovanna. Selenia, you're a lot taller than you used to be. Makes sense, doesn't it? It's been years. By the way, it was some of your friends from Lungman. Rating came up a few times, and from what they said, I can tell they're worried about you. I didn't think they'd come here. You're nothing like them, at all. Never thought you'd make such lively, outgoing friends with that personality of yours. You don't count? If you really thought I was your friend, you wouldn't have gone so long without writing me. Alright, I know you must be hiding something else. What about you? Me? Nothing much. Liquidation came too suddenly. None of Columbia's familia could sleep at night. I couldn't bear to see that any longer, so I stood up to take charge of the situation. I opened up talks with Senora Cecilia, and we basically managed to sort things out. That's all there is to it. You make it sound so easy. Honestly, I should be complaining to you. But it's been too long since I've had anyone to confide in. That's why I poured heart and soul into your scripts. Could you tell? The more to do Texas is my magnum opus. There are some details in it that only you'd know. I guess that means my memory's pretty good then. But I can never decide on what to do with Act 3, with your death. I guess there's no need to think about it anymore. Actually, becoming a playwright had another purpose. It's an open secret that Bernardo passed responsibility. Excuse me, I apologize. Passed responsibility for the familia to his son. Well, he went on to become the artistic director of the troupe. Compania dell'Alba. wanted a chance to meet him. You know, not many mafiosi would do something like that. But the one who ended up shattering all expectations was him. I guess I should have expected it after all. The man who built Familia Bellone into what it is in just a single generation. By the looks of things, he really wants to challenge Senora Cecilia. You don't seem worried about it. All I can say is, if Bernardo considers you his trump card against the Rosatis, he's going to take his foul weeks before they match. You were right to come to me, Selenia. No matter what's going on between you and the Bellones, I can help you. Join me. The two of us together will make a difference in Siracusa. And not just because you're Salvador's granddaughter. Because I know you, Selenia. You can make a difference. We'll start over together, Selenia. Don't you want to know how I managed to survive? Giovanna, it was no fluke that I survived the liquidation. So you're here, standing on the stage, performing his play. How much do you know about what happened 7 years ago? 7 years ago. Texas's father, Giuseppe, murdered his own father, Salvador, and declared that the Texases would no longer operate under Siracusa's control. That upset Senora Cecilia. Sent an elite force from the 12th Familias to Colombia to liquidate the Texas family. You were part of that, weren't you? Look, you're such a smarty. All the time, Selenia, Texas was a star-studded name. She was Colombian. But even though the Syracusans had nothing but wonderful things to say about her. This whole time, you've been trying to beat Texas? Beat her? No. Like when the Salazars were looking after her, we were pretty competitive. Sometimes I'd win in little contests. Sometimes I'd lose. I did want to beat her, but that had nothing to do with what happened later. Then, I certainly do care deeply for her. Unfortunately, that has nothing to do with the plot of the story either. Please tell me what happened. I joined in the liquidation. I was fantasizing about how she would fight me to the death for the sake of her familia. I got my heart pounding and my blood racing. But nothing could have prepared me for what I saw that day. Remember, friends, Lapland isn't crazy because of Oripazy. She's crazy because she has some serious trauma. Like, seriously, she's seen some seriously screwed up stuff and has experienced some seriously screwed up stuff. Repathy only made it worse. You're a hitman too, aren't you, Don Brown? I am. Wrong voice, sorry. Signorina Lavinia, 7 years ago, was part of the team that carried out the liquidation of Familia, Texas. I arrived in the city ahead of time, took up the job at the car wash, and secretly observed Texas's every move. Then, the team from Siracusa arrived. And a group of Colombians found me. Colombian mafiosi are pretty careless. They're full of themselves. I could have dealt with them easy enough if it wasn't for that one girl. I know her. She was a Texas, but everyone's said she was like a Siracusan. Selenia. When I see you, I'm sometimes reminded of her. Was she as stupid as me, rambling on about ideas with the murderer? No. Signorina Lavinia. I never meant to make fun of your ideas. Just, I can barely believe it. Hearing you talk about that stuff, it's like listening to a real pretty fairy tale. To me, your ideals are so pretty that they're kind of a shortcut to get me in a good night's sleep. That day, I was ready to fight for my life. I was convinced she would see right through me. But she let me walk right by her, just like this. The audience is scattered in every direction. The battle between murderers has moved on. The theater has emptied out. As Lapland speaks, she takes light dance steps out into the empty stage. The associates of Familia Texas were already pretty much wiped out. But what about Selenia? She was the only one missing. She couldn't let anyone live to talk about what happened, especially not the other's daughter. So we all went to track her down. And that was when chaos broke out. The Texas mansion went up in flames, burning away the Familia's very existence. And the arsonists were standing there at the front door. Right in front of me. She slowly turned and what? Oh, excuse me. No narration. She slowly turned and walked towards me. At that moment I understood. She decided to stand by and watch the end of her own Familia. But who could blame her? Her father murdered her granddaughter. Excuse me. Her father murdered her grandfather. She didn't want to be an accomplice to that. She only had the right to blame herself. There's more to her than that. When I looked into her eyes, what I saw was exhaustion. Selenia's story is no secret to the Familia Saluzzo or to me. After all, the one who led the Saluzzo team at the time was no other than Signorina Lapland. She got kicked out because she went on her own to hunt down Selenia. Her men got caught up in a counterattack and a lot of them died. I won't run away, nor will I avert my eyes. For so long she has told herself as much. But this time, her words fail her. I am dropping things that I'm fiddling with in my hands, and I am so sorry for anything that is coming through the mic. Look at the bodies on the street, Lavinia. Listen to the shouts and cries in the distance. What can you do? The only advice I can give you is the same I gave to Selenia. Run. The farther the better. Even if your past is going to catch up to you, you will at least enjoy a moment of peace. Otherwise, you will die. But I still don't want to. Her past kicked down her door. It might have been against her will at first, but she was forced out only to find nothing change. We set aside things she ran away from weren't actually all that bad. Her life in Lungman might have been a slightly extended vacation. Another one most intimately connected with her family and her past is standing right in front of her. That's what you wanted to tell me, right? Yeah. If that's the case, I will respect her decision. Even though you're her best friend? Because I'm her best friend. Don't do. Unless the pizza in Siracusa becomes inedible. My grandfather was a sentimental man. He sent me to Siracusa, hoping I would remember my roots. I lived there for a while. People there told me all the time that I fit in, like a Siracusan. But for me, I was just doing what I'd always been doing. The way I lived my life in Colombia was no different than the way I lived in Siracusa. What I saw in Siracusa was no different from what I saw in Colombia. You might know the story of Familia Texas like the back of your hand, but I saw it with my own eyes. Life isn't a play where every move is sprinkled with a little heroism or villainy. But happened was just an undignified slaughter. My father brought a counterfeit gun from Blacksteel. When he pulled the trigger, it exploded and did a number on him. My grandfather fell to the ground. My father drew his knife with his injured hand. The first stab went wide. I heard everything from the doorway. Hoarse curses, groans of pain. The commotion lasted for a long time before it finally ended. In that moment, I was exhausted. Exhausted with everything. So I decided to leave. You're telling me that Lungman is your home now? I don't know. I can't say for sure. But I at least know I had a pretty good time there. You're just like you were back then. Blunt and straight to the point. Looks like I'm the one getting ahead of myself. Here I was thinking you came to ask for my help. Or at least you'd want to catch up with me. But in the end, you're here to tell me that we can never go back. You know, Selenia, it's awfully heartless of you. I was shocked when I heard you were still alive. You went ahead and stamped out my hope all over again. I'm sorry, Giovanna. I don't want to be Siracusan or Colombian. I just want to be Selenia, Texas. This is your last chance. You walk through those doors, you'll be my enemy. The Rosati's enemy. You'll be in our way, and I, son of Rosati, have a responsibility to eliminate everything that stands in our way. Don't make me do this. We're just too sentimental, Giovanna.
No need to make a scene.
To the death I go.
Well, there's something funny here.
Any soldier's will is worthy of respect.
And then we'll go with this.
Now's the time to help everyone, even without a blade.
Yeah, sure. We'll do it like that.
Let me create a diversion.
Increases blood depth whenever an enemy unit is defeated within range. I see. So it would therefore be a shame if I went and defeated everything out of range. Yeah.
Tell me, what's your plan?
Still, we got something to deal with, but...
You ran into me.
Right. That doesn't work. Oh, jeez. So many of the civilians are dying. Why? Come on, get out of here. I said, get out of here!
You ran into me. Solid positioning.
You'll have to try harder than that.
どうぞ続けて。This will keep you quiet.
There. That was rough. That was really bad. That was really rough. But it is what it is. I think I needed to be far more aggressive if I wanted to save the civilians. The most unremarkable Departamento de Siracusa Sicurezza Alimentare, and its popular but underappreciated Segretario. At this point, men like Karachi, who are prompted to maintain balance between the major familiae, are no longer needed. What you need is a puppet that is safe and useful. Am I wrong? Signor Segretario. A truly safe and useful puppet would never refer to himself as such. I just happen to be a bit more self-aware than the others. Mightily self-aware you are. You're right, Rubio. You are the best candidate to replace Karachi. But if you're willing to be so frank with me, I might as well share something with you. I'm listening. My associates killed Karachi. You've got guts, and I like talking with men like you. So I'm willing to give you a chance. Turn around and leave this room. Forget what you just said, and no harm will come to you. Then go back home and spend some time with your wife and daughter. Savor the last moments of peace in the city. Doesn't that mean you'll need a puppet like me all the more? You're after this chaos. What's happening all around us? You want to overturn the law laid down by Signora Cecilia. But you don't care if she rules or if we go back to the old ways. The conflict among familiae never had anything to do with us commoners. When something happens, we just wait to see the result. It makes no difference to the commoners whether Signora Cecilia rules or you do. But the winner will need someone to maintain the facade of order. As the owner of a familia, you surely understand this principle. It isn't impossible for commoners to survive without the familiae, but the same cannot be said for the familiae without the commoners. You're telling me that you hold the real power? No, I'm making a self-serving justification for the weak. A good justification at that. But it doesn't tell me what you're really after. Power, Don Bernardo. Since I was a kid, everyone's looked down on me because I'm weak. And I look like, you know, this. The oppression I felt from the people around me was more than anything the familiae ever did. I've suffered my entire life waiting for this chance. You tell me you're the one who had Karachi killed? All I can think is, Kate, thank goodness I came at the right time. You may not want to hear this, but if you're going up against Signora Cecilia, it's probably not going to go your way. But who cares? Doesn't matter to me if you win or lose. In the end. But power is doesn't matter. Oh my gosh. Doesn't matter to me if we win or lose in the end. But power is something Signora Cecilia can't give me. It's gotta be you. You're an honest man, Rubio. I like making friends with honest men. Bernardo. Give my order. Tell them that's enough for the day. Of course. What just happened? That room over there started shaking? Looks like she chose you. Huh? That earthquake is Giovanna's arts. Sounds like they had a falling out. Look, Technically jumped out the window. Let's go after her. Right. Ah, Texas. And I mean if, we were friends back then. could I have kept you in Siracusa? Chance, right? We'd have just slaughtered each other. Lavinia, don't make me kill you. I've got a job to do. Signorina Lavinia, I pray that you aren't born in Siracusa the next time around. Just a second. Who are you? You're one of Santos' hitmen, right? This operation is over. Don Bernardo's orders just in. Lavinia, you shouldn't have shown your face here. That's not up to you. You've interfered with the Salazar operation. It's going to ruin the relationship between the two familia. So, why don't you go beg Alberto's forgiveness with my head on a silver platter? Oh wait, please, Signor Bernardo. I mean, Don. I have a presumptuous request. I imagine Signor Letuso will be very busy in the future. It'll be unrealistic to expect him to help me the way he did Kalachi. I'd like to ask you for a new assistant. A judge here would be a suitable pick. That certainly is one option. What are you two talking about? How pertinent of me carrying on this conversation without including the subject. Signorina Lavinia. Don Bernardo has decided that I, Rubio, the humble ex-secretario de Segresia Elementare, shall take Karachi's place as the next Ministero de Lavori Publici. And I have to admit I'm not too experienced with bureaucratic affairs. So I hope that you, as someone with ample experience, will become my assistant. What are Sora and the others are doing? What? Why are you here? When you get old, you start looking for a place to enjoy the rest of your days. Ah, she's right over there. It's not her. Looks like you insist on getting in my way. She's still worried about you after what happened. And as for me, I'm old now, so I spend my days taking care of the youth. It's a hobby. Stay a while and have a chat with your elder. Next time. Texas, what will protect you? Heck yeah. Croissant? Let's have a look-see. Who's not fighting all by herself? Why are you all here? As far as I can tell, the Siracusan families always fight together. It's in your culture. The Penguin Logistics culture is... to party hard? In this case, it should be... Don't be afraid to rumble, alright? You got it! Seriously though, old man. Think you could let this one slide from a favor from one song to another? Get your head on straight, Exicier. You do have a point. The rainy season in Siracusa is a long one. It didn't bother me when I was young, but now... the arthritis is such a hassle. Children, striving for strength is fine, but remember to put your health and safety first. You're pulling my leg. Thanks a bunch. By the way, if I ever did want to talk with you, where can I find you? You're searching for redemption, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do for you. But if you're searching for order, you will find me everywhere. That's enough. Let's get out of here. Woohoo! What's the situation? The balloons have retreated. Good work. Where's Selenia? Gone. Gone. She couldn't kill me, and I couldn't kill her. Let's head back and prepare. The balloons are going to let us go. Alright. You've won, Siracusa. So the bet was one of them was going to die. Or neither of them were going to die. That's at least my guess. Your original plan wasn't to win over Warlock, was it? But it wasn't that the best option, given the circumstances. Can't deny that. Alright, enough talk. Let's get you in the car. No, you still haven't given up, have you? Right of what Lavinia's been through, this setback is nothing. Do great things. Maybe one day you might actually be able to realize your dreams in Siracusa. When the time comes, you'll be my right-hand man. I don't get along with Lavinia. Something's better left to her, and others better left to you. I didn't mean to double-click. You cheeky bastard. You're already thinking about that kind of stuff. Dimitri, I'm still angry about what you and my father were plotting. I don't understand why he insists on continuing even now. But in the end, I'm still a part of this familia. Safe landing! Oh, it feels good to be back on our own turf. Oh, Siracusa is such a pain in the ass. I'm totally wiped. You hanging in there, Sora? Yes, but my dress got a little torn up. Oh shoot, that was one awfully expensive, wasn't it? I'll figure something out. Alrighty, one bottle per person. Come on, knock it off with that stone face. Just think of it this way. The three of us also happen to be on vacation here. Then, what's with the show? Oh, that's... a way to grow my career. Plus, I thought it might make finding you a little easier. I reckon it sure did. Look at the way things turned out. Sure enough. The atmosphere remains chilly. But finally, an unavoidable problem emerges. Where do they go from here? Texas does not have a dinner to ask. Texas, I had an agreement with the director. Now that I found you, I will stay here and complete my performance contract. But I've spoken with the director a few times. It's a little scary in retrospect. But I don't think he's the kind of man to hold our lives over you. You have a point. If he wanted to do something like that, he would have locked us up a long time ago. Okay, alright, let's quit the jawing. Keep talking and I keep getting scared and scared. We really are here to see you. If it wasn't so dangerous out there, I'd like you to show us around. Okay. We're through all this, I'll give you a tour. Anyways, let's celebrate this final logistics reunion in Siracusa. Cheers. The biggest thing. No number. I don't remember ever giving out this number. Hello? Who am I speaking with? It seems you're safe and sound, Signorina. So, it's a relief. You know what happened with Texas, right? Don't worry, Senorina. Your Penguin Logistics friends must be enjoying a joyous reunion. And I certainly don't want to interrupt it. Just thinking you might have a lot of questions for me. So I'll be waiting for you at the theater tomorrow. Right.
お手本のような勝利でしたわ。あなたはいずれきっとどんな弱小生物よりも優れた方になるのでしょうね。
Alright. That's a point of interest, but I'm going to continue the story. Like I said, I want to focus on that first before we go and do any of the side stuff. It's starting to get tough, I will admit. That last battle was a bit rough. If I recall, number 8 here is quite the turning point for something. A lot of stuff is relying on it in terms of the side quests. Number 7 and number 8 were both big. See why for number 7. As far as I understand, number 8's also pretty big. Here's the pizza you ordered. Grazie. Is someone sitting here? Yes. Great, glad to join you. I said the seat's taken. You should go and continue your familia's work. Don't bother a commoner like me. Lavinia. I'm not blaming you, Leon. I don't blame Bernardo either. If there's anyone to blame, it would have to be me. My fault I was born into this country and still cling to these fantasies in my heart. I have no reason to blame either of you. I'm not trying to reason with you at a time like this. I know full well that comforting words mean nothing right now. Even though I'm a victim just like you, it's only natural that you see me as a perpetrator. All I can tell you is, I haven't given up. That's all. There are too many things going on in the city these days. Do keep an eye out and stay safe. If you run into any problems, give me a call. Secretario Rubio. Are you free right now, Your Honor? Up in the street seemed mighty jumpy. What happened yesterday was a pretty big deal. Really gonna go talk to that director? Yes, there are some things I need to set straight with him no matter what. But it'll be fine. Just keep doing what you need to do, Croissant. I'll be there, don't worry. In that case, I'll be Croissant's bodyguard for the day. Thanks, I appreciate it. Things go south, you give us a holler. Will do. Croissant, you're thinking about the whole business with Texas again, aren't you? Read me like a book, huh? You can say that again. I'm the same, after all. I know what Sora's thinking. Texas really wants to stay, she's gonna respect her opinion. I agree with that. But I still want my sister to meet my friends. At least if there's any way to get Texas out of Siracusa safely, I want to find it too, wouldn't you? Yeah. Reckon I can't hide anything from you. Probably couldn't hide it from those two either. It's like we can understand what Sora's thinking. They understand what we're thinking. This is still Siracusa. And Texas is tangling with some of the biggest shots in the country. Got no clue what I'm even supposed to do. Oh? I thought you would have already figured it out. Huh? Speaking of big shots in the country, didn't we meet one of them yesterday? Talking about Lablin? Come in. Welcome, Signorina Sora. Signorina Salinia. Why are you dragging Sora and the others into this? Sora's resume coming across my desk was honestly a coincidence. Of course, it could also be something of an inevitability. After all, Compagnia della was a pretty well-known troupe in Siracusa. What most fans don't know is that the troupe's director is actually the Donna Familia Balloon. That, of course, is a secret. After all, I've handed the Familia's business in this city to my son. And I'm no backseat driver. Signorina Cecilia, Signorina Sora, I've been directing this troupe for 6 years. I hope the two of you can at least believe that my pursuit and love of arts has nothing to do with my business. I too would like to see Signorina Sora shine dazzling bright on stage if I could, and let the two of you finish your heart-warming reunion. But you don't particularly care if she does get dragged in, do you? Drop the pretense, Bernardo. No matter how you try to sugarcoat it, even if meeting Sora was just a coincidence, how could I expect you to care about her safety? Enough jokes. Lovely, Selenia. It's the first time I've seen you angry since you got back to Siracusa. Director, there's something I need to know. By all means. Is the agreement between the two of us still valid? You're talking about... that even if I found Texas, I'd stay with the troupe and continue performing. Oh. And here I thought you came to terminate our contract. What I can do is totally insignificant in the face of conflict between families. It would be too hard for Texas to protect all of us in that chaos. But I trust you are a man at your word, at least. So, cut to the chase. I'm willing to stay here and be your hostage. Your bravery never ceases to impress me, Signorina. There's no need to be nervous. I didn't call you here to castigate you. In fact, what happened at the theater was meant to be a healthy exchange of pleasantries with the Rosatis. What you've accomplished has already surpassed my wildest dreams. And so I'd like to inform you that the contract between us is terminated. You're free to go. From now on, Selenia is no longer under Familia Ballone's protection. Is the bargaining chip enough to satisfy you, my friend? Satisfy me? You think I'd forget who brought her back in the first place? All I want to know is, what was the point of this? From the very beginning. You should thank my son. He was the one who convinced me you were someone to cooperate with. Leon. I see. I've always been optimistic about Familia Rosati's development. Selenia was just the one who built the foundation for our cooperation today. In other words, even if Leontusa didn't come to me, you would have. Like father, like son. Touching. I just hope my son can learn a thing or two from your drive. Listen, Bernardo, other people might fall for your tricks, but I won't. Of course, Waller. I did these things only to show you who really stands in your way. Oh? Is my biggest obstacle not standing right in front of me? If you think you can get me to betray my donor, keep dreaming. Perish the thought, no. This is a reminder. Deep down, you know the truth. Lydia's visit has greatly affected Giovanna. Everyone in Siracusa respects Salvador, but respect isn't blind obedience. Salvador's era ended 7 years ago. This day and age, are you still willing to serve Giovanna and protect his legacy? You could have soared higher and farther. But Donna works for the greater good. Is the greater good she wants the same one you want? Familia Rosati used to dominate Colombia, standing on equal footing with the Texans. Coming back here to Siracusa, they're pushed around by the other 11 Familiae. Shouldn't you Rosatis rise above the other familia and drag Senora Cecilia down from the Grey Hall? Stop talking like you know me, old man. I don't know you, but I know people like you, and I know the look in your eye. Not a single man alive could ever get comfortable with the stagnant cesspool that Siracusa has become. You understood that when you saw Selenia walk out of that room alive, didn't you? Even if that's true, even if what you say is right, that's something for our familia to figure out. Our old-fashioned familia like yours were the most reluctant to get their hands dirty. Are you telling me this is what Siracusan dignity means? Wrong again, Rollo. I invited you here today to share an opportunity. An opportunity to overthrow the existing order in Siracusa and establish a new one. Why the Rosatis? 60 years ago, Senora Cecilia brought back two things from Laterana: guns and order. Today, people think a unified decision of the Dodosi Familia created Greyhawk. But they forget how Senora Cecilia got Dodosi distilled down together. Absolute power. Alberto is too prudent, too analytical. He's been cautious his whole life. And prudence isn't what I need to take on Senora Cecilia. What I want is a friend who's also looking to overthrow the existing order. Think about it carefully, Wallach. This is the best opportunity you're going to get. It's Sedona there. Over in that room. Go and tell her that I'm going to deal with Selenia by abducting her friends. Are we seriously going to do that? What you should be asking instead is that really what you want the Rosatis to be? You sure the guy we met yesterday was all that wonderful? Yeah, I've got a hunch. Why would such a heavy hitter be hanging around this town, though? I think it makes sense. If I were in his position, I'd do the same thing. Hearing it from you does make it more convincing somehow. But how do you know he's at the courthouse? Oh, there you are. Well, remember the last thing you said? Gave me the impression he'd normally be in court, not at a church. Right, sir? Sir? I'm thinking we should leave him be. Oh, it's you kids. Hello there. I came to ask you a few questions. Good, good. Take a seat. It's never a bad day to talk to the youths. You got a friend who's all mixed up in a contract with one of them families. They got her doing all kinds of things for him. They've been noodling on whether or not there might be a way out for her. Your friend's surname is Texas, isn't it? Yes. I heard that Bernardo was a man of his word. As a Don, he must never break his promises. Us foreigners can tell all this hubbub is the Bologna family trying to rile up Senora Cecilia. We ain't about to go sticking our heads in all this complicated business. And to be honest, it ain't got much to do with us, neither. We don't want Texas getting any payback from Senora Cecilia. Back then, Cecilia's fury towards Giuseppe for what he had done was just as great as her admiration of Salvador, because it was the most direct challenge to the order she had established. Cecilia accepts all comers within this order, but she will not allow anyone to upend the entire order. So what you're saying is, there ain't no loopholes in this order, is that it? I used to think that, my child. But there are no obsoletes when it comes to the orders established by man. This is why me meeting you has nothing to do with Selenia. It's because I happen to meet a fellow Sancti. Before Sicilia, the land of Siracusa was not without order. The only difference is the order that the familiars believed in came from themselves. I did not get to finish reading that. And as no two familiae could ever share the same order, they could only fight. These actions did not completely break this order. Instead, it unified the orders among different familiars into a single, universal standard. All the familiars were divided into one. And thus Siracusa became Siracusa. Now tell me, do you know what this means? If you're saying Siracusa, before and after Signora Cecilia, never actually changed? Clever girl. The problems that existed in Siracusa in the past still exist today. I? No. We are all aware of this fact. But all these problems can be resolved by seeing Cecilia's fold. Meeting Signora Cecilia, that's a tall order. That is one thing I will not help you with. But for her, there might be a way. However, the price may be too high to pay. Donna? Hmm? You've been staring at that necklace in your hand since last night. This is a symbol of trust given to me by Signora Cecilia. For picking up the pieces of Familia, Texas, and leading the Colombian Familia back to Siracusa. Oh, it must be pretty valuable. You're going to use it to help somehow. I'm still on the fence. You said Wallet plans to attack Selenia's friends. Yes, they stepped out a while ago, but when they get back, we'll have an ambush in place. Where are you going? To buy some chocolate. I can go for some chocolate. That sounds good. Turns out your guess was right on the money. Mazzotti Associates have already started to infiltrate the block. When those ladies from Penguin Logistics get back, I'm afraid they're gonna die a gruesome death. But let me ask you a question, Lapland. Lay it on me. I figured the Rosati's would try and rub out Texas. But you're still a Salazar. You really need to send Gambino after that Sancta while you stay here and house sit for him? I never knew you were to give so much for the sake of friendship. Am I that type? Definitely not. Which is why I want to know, what the hell are you waiting for? You plowed that truck right into the courtroom, turned yourself in, and cleared a name in that process. Then you went on and forced the Salazars and balloons together. I got no clue why the Familia actually started working together. There's got to be another reason for it, right? You know that by helping with the balloons, you're also helping her. That's before we talk about how you gave her a hand in yesterday's assassination. You say you want to prove to her that Siracusa is a swamp you can't escape. But it looks to me like you're trying to help her escape. I need to kill a few of her loved ones or do something to piss her off just to prove my point. All that would show is how paranoid I am. Wouldn't get anywhere with that. If it's real, if it's a fact, then it'll happen. I mean, if I just stood by and watched. But actually, even that isn't good enough. I can't just get out of her way. I have to give her enough help so that in the end, she has to finally admit that all her struggling was for nothing. Doing it like that will bring you some satisfaction. You know, all I do know is there's no other way. So basically, you don't know what to do either. Yep, and I never said I did. And you, Capone,
You should be more like Gambino and realize you'll never get the answer you want from me out of the two of you. About the two of you.
You already knew, huh?
He wants to stage his comeback by joining up with the Balloons. What about you? You're still standing here. You seriously think you're my vassal? Or are you hoping there's enough room for you on my pad? Give up that hope, or I'll kill you. There's only room for one.
What about Texas?
Texas might just be the path itself.
Capone stays silent for a minute before turning and leaving.
Ah, what a pleasant surprise. I haven't been here before. It looks like I'm in the right place. So this is Penguin Logistics' little stronghold. Is Katerina? Sora. Oh, right. I gave you my number before. Would it be better if I called you Miss Giovanna? Katerina will do just fine. I like the name. All Siracusa mobsters like to work in the performing arts. Why not? We can't be fighting and kill each other all the time. Are you all together right now? Miss Katrina? Never mind. Sir, would you mind telling me more about your Penguin Logistics? Huh? For example, how it came to be, and how Selenia joined. I'm not too clear on the details myself. After all, Penguin Logistics was already a thing by the time Texas saved me. The boss mentioned a few times how he set up Penguin Logistics after he met Texas. When it comes to stuff that happened after I joined, I could talk for days about that. We've been living together for years. I'd love to chat with you more if we get the chance. There's a lot I'd like to tell you about Selenia. I also want to hear more from you about her life in Lungmen. If you ever get a chance to drop by Lungmen, I'd be glad to show you around. Really? You're not worried about my business? What matters is you were once Texas's best friend. Selenia truly is blessed to have met a woman as kind as you in Lungmen. If you ask me, she's blessed to have a friend like you in Siracusa who's always thinking of her. Oh, right, Sora. Yes? I had a flash of inspiration just now. Huh? I'm always thinking about how I want the grand finale to play out. In my story, I thought she should meet her end just like a Siracusan would. Surrounded in a narrow alley, incinerated by a car bomb, so on, so forth. These little excerpts from reality are so overused that they turn their own tropes. I want to escape the tropes, and in this story, I've become the least Siracusan. I've been trying to find a Siracusan archetype, but haven't been able to define it. That's the source of my writer's block. Right now, it's starting to come to me. There are no Siracusans. Selenia, Texas finally disappeared in the conflagration, and nobody knew what became of her. Miss Katrina, are you? I'll be back later. I have some presents for you girls. Well, look, if memory serves me right, you're trying to kidnap Selenia's friends? They're not even back yet, and you've gathered a whole mob?
I would have if you didn't show up. I'm extremely disappointed, Donna. No. Giovanna.
Were you that impatient with me?
It's not a question of patience. Just why should we wait? Why should we have to sit here and wait for the blessing of some antique? We followed you to this country, waiting to become masters of this land. And now we have an opportunity.
Are you so sure? There are certain victories within your grasp?
No. I'm not even certain I can deal with that antique. But I know Balone really wants to bring us into a new age. I've got a hankering to make a big bet.
How many are willing to follow you?
70%.
What about the rest?
I'll convince them. Or you. To do it for me. If you decide to change your mind, Giovanna, you're still our boss.
Looks like I brought up some good soldiers after all. Sorry, Wallach.
Is Texas more important to you than Familia Rosati?
I just don't think this is how things should play out.
The way I see it, some things can only play out like this. Alright, let's see how this goes. I have been told this is going to suck.
My reply was I look forward to it.
Ah, yes, it's a street. Of course.
I already called dibs on the most lucrative real estate in hell, and you guys all get a share. Rest easy. Solid positioning.
Can you all not? Screw it. I'm just gonna have to place you like this. Once again, can you all, like, not?
Moving to designated location.
Oh, very annoying. Alright. You want a blood debt? I guess you got a blood debt. Let's see how this goes. Oh my gosh, okay, this is actually difficult. Come on, come on, please, this will help a lot if it can actually... Okay. I think we're okay. No, we aren't. Son of a... Okay. Alright. I see. This will have to be done a little differently, I see.
I can take out a few more. You go ahead and retreat.
Alright, let's try this again. Same crew. Slightly different strategy. I placed you down on the wrong side yet again. That's fine. We'll make it work.
Bad luck. You ran into me. Just try me. Moving to designated location. Moving to designated location.
Okay. It's fine. That's enough of what we need. Now what I would appreciate is these guys not screwing everything up and increasing my blood debt beyond what it really needs to be. Go. And this is where I said I kind of screwed up. This is what I meant.
Now's the time to help everyone.
Not gonna need that.
You'll have to try harder than that. Really?
Good.
すぐに解決いたします。
弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ。
ご命令の通り。ご命令の通り。
Come on now.
どうぞ続けて。
That's fine. We make it work. Kinda rude, not gonna lie.
ご命令の通り。
You wait just a little bit longer now.
おもちゃで遊ぶのもここまで。
ご命令を。円には3つの選択が。敵には3種の苦難があります。You ran into me. Setsu! Kandan! Takuan Rankon Shoujo! To the death I go. For Victoria! Got a problem that needs solving?
And that's that. No more trouble from them.
Texas. What? Miss Katrina, I mean, Giovanna might be in danger.
What did you say?
I just called her, and I have a really uneasy feeling. Lapland?
Yo.
What do you want? I just wanted to give you an update on your old friend. She's somewhere near your little hideout, surrounded by wise guys from her own familia. Texas, we should go help her. I know. Just a sec. Are you seriously going? We're all ready to make an enemy of the Rosatis to get out of here. But are you going to stay in the swamp just for her? Thank you, Texas. This is your best chance to turn around and walk away from it all. Sora? You know, Texas, this was supposed to be a little job I picked up as a way to go looking for you. But I soon came to realize I'd fallen in love with Siracusa's performing arts scene. People here have a certain arrogance to them. They're much better than the materialistic Lungmanite businessmen. Susie, I won't stop raving about how she's going to find the best pizza in Siracusa. As for Croissant, she's always been easygoing. Wanted to catch up with you. We can go back to Lungman after everyone's had enough fun here. We'll go back to Lungman eventually. The four of us, together. That's right. The four of us. Together. Well, actually, I just had a chat with Miss Giovanna. And asked you to take a tour of Lungman with us, so that'd make 5. Okay.
Yay, it's happy. Let's hope nobody dies. Wouldn't that be a darn shame? A number of people have collapsed in an alley. A number of wounds have appeared across Giovanna's body. Everyone, including herself, knows there is no escape for her. Give it up, Giovanna. Got anything to drink, Wallach? Go grab a bottle from the car. Yes, sir.
I've thought about it before. If we would have been better off getting into certain businesses back in Colombia. Originium weapons, designer drugs, military channels. I also thought about if there were certain opportunities that I should have seized. Getting on good terms with those officials, or even extending an olive branch to the Colombian government. In the end, I decided that some things had to be done in moderation. We're too deeply invested. We're holding too much. I don't claim to be a good person, but at least we can't forget that there are some things we can't do. You can call it principle, or you can call it stubbornness.
Times have changed, Giovanna. A new era calls for new norms. The so-called morality and justice of the old guard should be cast aside. Even if we don't do it, someone will eventually. And when that time comes, we'll be the ones who get pushed out. Or you think sitting around watching Colombia's other familia get their mitts on these things right away is the right way to do it?
What would you do in my position, Wallach?
I'll control it all, new and old. Everything will be at my disposal. We're not taking the world back to the old ways. We're turning away from them. Got the booze, Wallach.
Come on, have one less drink with me.
Fine.
This was my favorite. Been waiting a long time for this, haven't you?
How are we supposed to celebrate your return?
Well, how about that? From here on, you're Don Rosati.
Giovanna.
Do it.
The sound of a sharp metal slicing through flesh appears in the alley. It is quickly drowned out by the sound of the falling rain. Texas knows she is already too late. The alley is scarred by traces of battle, and blood spreads out across the ground. Her gaze goes to the source of the bloody water, where a familiar figure lies fallen. Her heart quivers.
Giovanna!
It's a shame. I liked her.
No, not the cat girl.
I did like her, but I knew she was going to die. There was no way they could have let her live.
We should be able to have a nice discussion over here, Your Honor. I won't become your accomplice. Accomplice? That's rather extreme choice of words. Shouldn't you be thanking me for saving your life? Forget it. Just treat it as an act of kindness on my part. The upside about you young folks is that you're go-getters. The downside is that you tend to overdo it. There's nothing I particularly need you to do for me, actually. I just don't want to see outstanding young women like you fall. You? Really? I think the Karachi incident has given you some misconception about me. No, I don't think it has. I happen to care more about what's in front of me, that's all. The government is just a cloth draped over the Grey Hall's round table. Lavinia, everyone in Siracusa knows of Senora Cephedia's lament. But I imagine there are a few who understand the source of this lament. 30 years ago, there was a group of youths like you who naively believed they could free Siracusa from the Familiae. But there was no end to the dark clouds that hung over the country, and they couldn't conjure up any support. So they chose to try and win over a number of Familiae by catering to their interests, trying to fight. The thing they thought they could resist. So what happened to them, nobody knows. Nobody knows. Try to picture this scenario, Signorina Lavinia. Your father is a clerk who works for the city government. One day you get up, shower, and have breakfast as usual. That's when you realize your father forgot something at home, and your mother asks you to bring it to him. It's the rainy season, and you're in a bad mood because you had an argument with your father. But then you think to yourself it's partially your fault, and it would be better just to apologize. When you walk into the city hall, you feel an unnatural stillness. The place shouldn't be so quiet at this time of day. Soon you see blood seeping from beneath the doors of various offices. And that's when you realize that streaks of blood are painted all across the floor. You find that everyone in City Hall has gone missing. What scares you even more is that not a single soul will comment on it, no matter who you ask. Even your own mother is completely silent. As if the disappeared never existed in the first place. After a while, people begin to appear at City Hall again, and a bit after that, the normal hustle and bustle returns. And you finally realize that's all there is to it. That's when Senora Cecilia's saying really starts to spread. The government is just a cloth draped over the Grey Hall's round table. And naturally, the tablecloth can be changed at will. When you've lived through it, you'll understand. Anger. Of course there's anger there. But what happens after the anger passes? After anger comes nothing. Just as you are now, not knowing who you can even vent your grievance to. To Don Bernardo? To Familia Balone? Or to Senora Cecilia? No, of course not. You're all cogs in the existing machine. And you, as the gatekeeper of this machine, know better than anyone else. That can't be shaken. That's why you want to tell me. But all I can do is cover my eyes and ears like you. Seeming to be oblivious to everything going on. Pretending I'm living a semblance of what you would call life. Signorina Lavinia, you are more naive than my daughter. As someone who's experienced it all, my advice to you is the same as the last time you came to me. No matter what your ideas are, you must first live on. And if you're really in that much of a hurry to die, at least find a successor first. Sometimes living to pass down your ideals can be even more difficult than dying a merciful death. Oh, right. I'll be taking up my new post in a few days, and Don Bernardo has arranged a speech for me to deliver to the whole city. There's nothing I need you to do for me, but if you'd like, you are welcome to keep my wife and daughter company. I do believe that isn't anything that would violate your principles.
You're not going with the rest of your friends, my child?
I have a somewhat personal question I'd like to ask you.
Oh. Please continue.
I learned a few things about you back when I was in school. Back then, both you and His Holiness the Pope was seen as promising young talents. And after Senora Cecilia visited Laterano, you left with her. Didn't even hesitate.
You want to know why I left Laterano with Cecilia?
Not exactly. I'd like to know is, you must get along very well with Senora Cecilia, right?
That depends on what you mean by get along. But if you mean in terms of understanding, it may be the case that no one understands her as well as I do. However, our personalities are actually quite incompatible. At least these days, I am happier hiding in the city to avoid the headaches she brings me.
Is that also part of getting along with someone?
That I cannot deny.
Then how are you able to stay on good terms with her for decades? Signorina, I'm serious.
An excellent question indeed, my child. You certainly ask much more interesting questions than your friend. But first, there's something I'm curious about. From the description you just gave me, you seem to get along very well with Texas.
That's right, we're the best partners out there.
You don't doubt your friendship at all?
Not even a little.
In that case... I see now. The reason behind your question. Shared empathy allows you to treat people without reservation, but you still have doubts about the process of getting along with those who lack that empathy. Moreover, it is not deception that you fear, but this doubt itself. You are ashamed of this doubt when you are reciprocated with nothing but sincerity. But at the same time, you are also afraid of how you will handle yourself if these doubts prove to be true one day. Is that the case?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
I think every Sancta who leaves Laterano will encounter this problem. When Cecilia came to visit Laterano, I was tasked with serving as her guide. However, I did not leave Laterano with her because I was persuaded by her ideals, as the rumors claim. Cecilia was still young at the time, and no matter how talented she was, it was impossible for her to instantly come up with a way to change Siracusa after but a brief stay in Laterano. Her ideals were puerile and unrealistic, but they happened to resonate with some of my own thoughts at the time. We discussed and argued our ideas day and night until finally I decided to go with her to Siracusa to settle them.
Discussing and arguing.
Yes. Even after coming to Siracusa, we never cycled the arguments between us. As a matter of fact, our views on Siracusa have never quite lined up. But this does not prevent us from understanding what the other is thinking.
So the key is discussing and arguing.
Well, what do you think?
I don't think that's right. I don't think Texas and I have ever had serious discussions about anything. Not even sure when it happened, but we somehow just became really good partners.
You're a perceptive one, my child. In the end, what kept me bound to Cecilia was not ideals, convenience, or even emotions. But time.
Time?
The passage of time will bridge most gaps and bind people together, regardless of what they think about it. You'll always be good partners, won't you?
Of course. Always and forever.
Then all you need to do is keep moving forward. You'll experience many different things, as will she. Perhaps your stories will individually have very little in common. But as long as your lives intertwine at some point, well, you'll have nothing to worry about.
I managed to help a little, didn't I?
I'm going to take a wild guess and say that we are about to receive a long chapter. Oh, we can also go and do that. Yep. Okay. Took us 2 hours to get here. That was 3 battles. Alright, I'm gonna go and refill my water. I apologize for absence, but I need to refill my water, because I'm talking a lot, and I'm going to continue to talk a lot. Please excuse me for one moment.
Okay. Sorry that took a while. But we are back. So, let us begin. Mark, thank you, thank you. Oh, you really came to Slovenia? You must be Secretario Rubio's daughter, yes? Yeah, I thought my father was just joking around when he said you'd come babysit me. My friends and I all adore you. Compared to people like my father, you're like the only clean person in the government. You don't get along well with your father? Yeah, so I guess. I still like him as a person, because he always makes time for me and plays with me a lot. But you know, I think people like him, who only care about protecting themselves and not rocking the boat, really should have bigger goals in life. How old are you? His old work friends who started on the same level as him are way up there now. It took him this long to land a half-decent job, and he doesn't want to do anything more with it. His old work friends? Yeah, one of them was Karachi, instead of the Vodi Polisi, who died not just too long ago. It's a dangerous job. I know, but I saw him on TV every day, and wise guys from all the big familia treated him really well. I don't know. I just think doesn't make sense to try and be a politician if you can't make it to that level. That might be true. So that's why I was really surprised when my father suddenly decided to become the new Minister of the Vodi Polisi. I'm not sure what finally made things click for him. If he did it sooner, my mother probably wouldn't have divorced him. What? Divorced? Yeah, she thought it was good for nothing, so she left him a few years ago. My mother has a temper, so I decided to stay with my father. Oh, by the way, when we get appointed minister, alright? Can you tell me more about it? Sorry, I actually don't know anything. Aw, okay then. Anyway, you can sit anywhere you like. I'm not going anywhere today, but I do want to listen to my father's inaugural speech. Secretario Rubio. This room is tidier than I would have expected. You're surprised too, huh? He probably seems like he'd be a total slob, but he actually keeps things pretty organized. Oh, right, and he keeps a diary. Really? Yeah, let me think. Right, he keeps it over here. He only writes in it when he feels like it. It's not an everyday thing. After years of jotting stuff down, he's still got all these blank pages. Does he not care if you snip around his things? It's totally fine. He left it there because he doesn't mind people reading it. I flipped through it a few times, but it's all boring stuff. Call it like Chronicles of a Middle-Aged Man. Boring. It drags on and on. You can take a look if you want.
March 5th. I ran to Karachi at a restaurant. We had a drink for the first time in a long while. Reminiscing about old times, I couldn't help but to get teary-eyed. Senor Rubio, this is where you'll be giving your speech. Please leave me. We've got orders to protect you.
Nobody could get in here, right?
Sure. Okay.
Power, huh? Oh, well, barricade the door with a sofa. That's about as much as I can do. Okay. Good luck, Karachi. I won't keep you waiting much longer. See you soon.
Oh, buddy, your daughter is watching. Please, for the love of everything, do not.
How's it looking? Doctor says the strike just missed her heart by a few centimeters, so he didn't die instantly.
Is she still dead, though?
She's still in really bad shape.
So she's not dead? She's alive? That guy lives! Hooray! I'm still not keeping hope that she's going to, like, continue onwards living. I get the general feeling it's going to be my final words to you, Texas, and then dead. I've come to accept that she was going to die a long time ago.
Where's Texas? She's been in a stupor ever since she got back yesterday. She just sits there motionless. I don't respond when I ask if she wants to eat. Just give her some time. Son and I will guard the hospital, so please take care of her. No need to worry about me. You need to look after yourselves. So bored. Oh, right. I heard there was supposed to be some sort of speech today. Maybe I'll give it a listen.
Buongiorno, my dear friends and citizens. I imagine most of you don't know about me, but I can't blame you for that. After all, I held a very... Oh, this is Rubio on the radio.
After all, I held very minor and unimportant role of Secretario de Siracusa Alimentare before this. In fact, I believe that most of our dear citizens, apart from the late Ministero Calachi and the Honorable Judge Lavinia, know very little about our government. I do not know Judge Lavinia very well, but I do have somewhat of a history with the late Ministero Calachi. I believe it would be appropriate to begin my speech with him, a figure everyone here should already be familiar with. Calachi and I both joined L'Autoria Galante de la Correns. I cannot speak this language. L'Autoria Galante de la Correnza e del Mercato around the same time. He was strong and energetic, taking care of the field work while I handled the paperwork behind the scenes. He became known within the system for his bold words and actions, and he even dared to challenge prominent familiae. To be perfectly honest, he seemed like the guy was indomitable. He'd almost taken out a few times by dissatisfied familiae, but managed to weather the storm or push through the situation. But at the time, the authority staff saw him as a pain, and nobody wanted to help him. So the job of reporting to him naturally fell to me, unpopular as I was. And let me tell you, that job took a whole lot out of me. But at the same time, it filled me with a sense of accomplishment. Though I can never be as direct and straightforward as him, I can do what I wanted to through him vicariously. And that was a reward within itself. Throughout this process, the two of us became fairly well acquainted.
Leon, you were working with Karachi for the last 2 years. I know you thought highly of him. Does his account match with what you knew of him?
He certainly was energetic. He knew exactly how to deal with the familiae.
Beyond just being tactful,
he would have helped them under the table while also getting them to serve his interests. A lot of what he wanted to do would have been blocked by various familiae, but in his hands he always managed to get things done step by step.
I can tell you learned a lot from him.
I just thought there were some similarities in the way I saw things and the way he operated. The days when problems can be solved with fighting and killing are over, Padre mio. If the familiae are going to survive, they have to adapt accordingly.
You still don't understand, Leon.
What do I not understand?
You subconsciously lumped yourself in with Lavinia and Karachi. But don't ever forget, you are not one of them.
I know.
But if you really knew, you wouldn't be standing here. Unfortunately, you're out of time.
Padre?
Leon, if you get through this alive, it's what it is.
Even though he was a thorn in the side of many familiae, his talents were evident to all. And so he rose to the ranks long before I did. In fact, I thought he wouldn't last long after his promotion. I used to think that because he was never in a place where too many different interests overlapped, he would never face any serious attempts on his life. He kept behaving the same he always did and rose through the ranks. Sooner or later, he was bound to step on the toes that he could not afford to step on. I was wrong. I knew my father could be such a talkative person. What do you think, Judge Lavinia? Judge Lavinia?
Lavinia seems completely oblivious to the calls of Rubio's daughter. She's engrossed in the words of the diary in her hands. May 3rd. Just resolved a small case, but it touched me deeply. is a problem that everyone is unaware of, or should I say, is turning a blind eye to. Why, even in the age of Signora Cecilia, does Siracusa have two different sets of rules at once? One internal and one external. The brutality and greed of the Familiae have long been documented, but as brutal and greedy as they may be, they have chosen not to control things themselves. There's a reason for this. It's actually quite simple. Population. The institution of a familia is based on bloodline or personal identity. And this inefficient organization means that the numbers in any given familia will never reach the order of magnitude required to manage even a nomadic city. This means they must rely on a system established by the common citizenry, and they can only seize control of a behemoth such as Siracusa by manipulating the system behind the scenes. Signora Cecilia was acutely aware of this fact, so after she rose to power, she drew an even more pronounced line between mafiosi and ordinary folk. And by emphasizing her absolute might and control, she, over the past few decades, has gotten everyone in Siracusa to believe that in Siracusa, the existence of two orders, internal and external, is taken for granted. To the extent that everyone was forced to forget that the establishment of Siracusa's underground order was only made possible by the consistency of the outward-facing order. This cannot be called anything other than manifestation of political wisdom. Rubio, you... In fact, in our system, there is no shortage of people with the same fundamental intentions as Karachi. However, for various reasons, they finally chose to submit to these familiae, even becoming their cronies. But Karachi was different. Not only did he not give in, he was always looking for ways to fight against them. And his efforts paid off. He did not die as easily as I thought he would, and he even managed to climb higher. And when we met again at a banquet, he said something that I will never forget. The familia these days are so weak. This dude's pretty brave. Huh? Texas, there seems to be something happening outside. Let me go check it out. Who's here? Huh? You think bring Giovanna back to Lungman? Why not? She seems fun. But it doesn't feel like that's what you think, right? Texas turns her eyes to the table by the window upon which a necklace sits. It was a symbol of trust from Signora Cecilia. The gift that Giovanna left for her. In her grandfather's eyes, the Colombian familia had soured. They'd do anything for the sake of profit, getting involved in the lowest businesses, committing murders with no morals at all. In her father's eyes, the Siracusan familia had decayed. Passing up profit and opportunity, not fighting for their interests, limiting their progress for the sake of supposed morality. All of it was the pinnacle of stupidity. In Texas's eyes, her father and grandfather were right and wrong. If she is only angry about what happened to Giovanna, that she could leave just like she did 7 years ago, only this time bringing Giovanna with her. However, when she got news of her grandfather's death, when she turned a blind eye to the car wash worker, when she turned her back on her father's orders to help, the only thing on her mind was there's no end to it all. He showed me how to deal with the familia in a comically simple way. He offered them goods they couldn't refuse, benefits. It's not as if the familia couldn't take what he had. But what they always lacked was a great manager. They only knew how to plunder, but never actually learned how to govern. Relying on his outstanding abilities, he gradually became a celebrity to several prominent familiae. And when they fought over who would fill the role of Ministero de Lavori Publici, he became the candidate that everyone was happy with. Having said all this, I'm sure a lot of you will have questions. You might think Karachi sounds like the guy who played both sides. What I'd like to say is in a country like Siracusa, a country rooted in evil, it has never been possible for a good person to exist. Put it mildly, we are all evil. Should you be saying stuff like that in an inaugural speech? October 15th. I met with that judge, Lavinia. From the way people talk about her, I imagine someone like Karachi, a righteous person who wasn't willing to throw away her integrity. Meeting her only confirmed that. There's no way she's unaware of the futility of what she's doing in our current landscape. There's no way she's unaware of the fact that should she ever cross any of the familiae, her life would be in grave danger. The irony of all this is the rights of ordinary people that she strives to protect as a judge mean nothing in the eyes of the familiae. They mean so little to them that she has not been snuffed out on her path forward. Talking to her was torture, because I had to hold back my admiration for her and treat her like I would anyone else. Karachi once joked that my position made him feel at ease because even if he died, he knew I would be there to pick up the torch. But what if I also died? It's not as if I haven't cultivated and won over a number of youths. They've never had a leader with any real sway like Karachi. And undoubtedly, Judge Lavinia would make an ideal successor. Of course, I can't push my ideas on her. But I'm afraid I don't have much time left either. There's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in front of me. I don't have the time to convey each and every one of my thoughts to her. I do believe, however, that if my plan goes well, Judge Lavinia will at least be willing to look after my daughter. Alas, Karachi, my old friend, let me put your death to good use. Our souls can meet once more. I'll have to apologize to you again. A noble soul like yours probably won't end up in the same place as mine.
I knew we should have relocated as soon as we could. We're just gonna have to work with this, considering everything that happened yesterday. That song is a real pain in the ass. Just one woman. Surround her. My trusty partner here is trying to relax, so mind keeping it down? You guys sure love raising hell, don't you? Oh, if anyone else was here, they'd probably be like, but excuse me, you also love raising hell here, too. Sure sucks having to do this alone. What's this? Someone in need of a helping hand? I'm wondering, do you, like, have way too much time on your hands?
Sorry, but that's... I don't know why I find that funny, but that's pretty funny.
I'm just like you. We're all waiting for an answer. Well, what do you mean by that? Does it make a big difference to you whether or not Texas goes back to Lungman? Absolutely. And as of right now, I want her to go back. Does that mean you're on our side? It does. Great. Can't party alone. Sorry. I shouldn't have said all that depressing stuff. However, it should be clear to everyone by now that I'm not here to give an inaugural speech. I came here to speak from my heart. Karachi, as bold as his vision was, never mentioned anything to me about his outlook regarding the new city. The reason for that is, whenever he took up his position, he was already prepared to die. We've all borne witness to what he did over the past 2 years. And just when I thought he might make it long enough to see the birth of the new city, he suddenly died a few days ago. As for me, that was the last straw. So I cozied up to Familia Bologna, recommended myself to them, and obtained this position. In that process, I discovered a shocking conspiracy that Bologna and Saluso Familiae have been brewing. From the very beginning, they plotted to plunge the city into chaos and seize the newly built Dalmatic city. Then they will seek to leverage it against Senora Cecilia.
Don Alberto, this? Any news from Bernardo yet? No, Don Alberto. What's the meaning of this, Bernardo? Dan Brown. Dan Brown! I'm here. You're near Rubio's location, right? Yes? Whack that lunatic. Yes, Don Alberto.
Alright. I guess I can't keep you out if you really want to come in.
You're an idiot. What's the point of all this?
The way you're dressed. You're an ordinary worker.
I work at a car wash. It's called Auto Lavaggio Dan Brown.
Oh, that rings a bell.
Yes.
So you must be Dan Brown then. That's me. Do you have any particular concerns about your job?
No. Siracusa has gotten soggy and stale. I had nothing to do, so I found some work for myself.
That's a shame. You should have looked a little harder. You arrogant wise guys think you can lord over us forever. You think your only enemies are each other, yet you never take any of us seriously. But times are changing. Nothing stays the same forever.
No matter how nice your words might sound, they're just words. Can words overthrow the familiar, Senor Cecilia?
No, but I've taken this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and said what I needed to say. As for who'll win between the Ballones and Senora Cecilia, I don't know, or care. All I know is this. This new era has no room for the likes of you. The next chapter of Siracusan history is about to be written. The heroes of that story won't be the familiae. They may have no power, and may indeed be weak. But we know that civilization rose to overcome the savagery. To pursue a form of equality. An order not rooted in violence.
Violence is in our nature.
Really now? Why then are all the familiae moving in the same direction? Why are they chasing money and power instead of violence and conflict? Is killing me today just a cathartic release of this violence? Or is it because I got in the way of the people behind you taking power? See, you already know the answer. And if you don't mind, I'd like to be the one to finish myself off. Do you know what this is?
A gun?
That's right. I purchased it from Black Steel a few years ago. Through my connections. It's hard to use and it's not very useful against a pack of wise guys lunging at you. All I can do is offer a little protection to one as weak as myself. By the looks of things, I already figured out who I should be pointing it at years ago.
Rubio slowly raises the gun's muzzle to his temple.
Oh, right, Dan Brown. I hope that one day you can just be a regular car wash worker here in Siracusa. One who never has to hold a weapon ever again.
October 19th. How I yearn to unload everything on my chest in a speech. But I cannot. I have to convince them that I decided to take revenge on the Familiae because of Karachi's death. Plus, there are some words that cannot be spoken yet. I'm not here to usher in a new era. I'm not arrogant enough to think that. I don't even know how many hearts my words will be able to reach. But I believe that as long as this country still has people like me, Karachi and Lavinia, then there is still hope for Siracusa. So I will write what I wanted to say here. Having said so much about Karachi, the reality is, as you may realize, I'm not here to talk about Karachi. I'm here to talk about myself, and all of us, my dear citizens. We live in a cage called the Familiae. They may not always directly affect our lives, but they are always a part of it. Every ordinary person in Siracusa, over the course of their lives, will come to gain their own understanding of the Familiae through various ways. And eventually, they get used to it. However, I hope you can take a good look at the people around you, and look back at your own life. There is one thing we should all understand. We are human beings. Our lives are very much real. We are not a livestock in a pen. And above all, we are powerful. Our power comes from the very lives we have created. The lives the mafiosi relish and were... The lives the mafiosi relish in were also created by our hands. This is the country we've built, brick by brick.
Lavinia, am I dreaming? Why is my father talking with the hitman like that? No, father, he's in danger!
Lavinia feels tears welling up in her eyes. But she doesn't have time to wipe them because she already has a premonition in her heart. She moves to Rubio's daughter and gently covers her ears. The inhabitants of Volsini will never forget this day. On a clear morning, the crisp clarion call of a pistol's muzzle reverberates across Volsini through every radio. Former Volsini Segretario de Siracusa Alimentare Rubio died during his inaugural speech, taking over as Ministero de Lavori Pubblici. The chaos that ensued, though it would be subdued before half a day's time, in fact became the first step towards a new era for Siracusa. Not gonna lie, I did not expect that guy to be a big player. I expected him to show up in like a single cutscene, and that was it. Laterano Church. The lies of civilization. Me neither. Yeah. Arknights is full of surprises. Tusa forgot what happened that day. He was still too young at the time. He knows only two things are for certain. That day was not the day his mother died. That day was the only time he ever saw his father look somewhat lost. He walked through the rainy streets and saw his father sitting outside the church without an umbrella. He tried to run over to hold up his umbrella for his father, but slipped and fell. His father picked him up. The rain was heavier than usual that day. He could not clearly see his father's expression, but was still acutely aware of his father's jargon. He still remembers the question his father asked him at that time. Would Siracusa be better off without the familiar? Leon! Leon! Wake up! Dimitri, why are you lying on the ground here? What is the dawn? Were you attacked? No, father, he... Right, my father. Where is he? Nobody knows where the dawn is. And just now, Rubio broke the news about our alliance with the Salazars over the radio. He also slighted us, accusing us of joining together with against Senora Cecilia. Now all the familiar are looking right at us. Would Siracusa be better off without the familiar? That's not exactly slander, is it? Leon? I know what my father wants to do. Who would have thought this Rubio guy is actually a complete idiot? What are you talking about? He's clearly a good man. No, what I mean is at the point of him even saying stuff like that, he finally managed to climb up to that position, and now he's gonna die over a few sentences. What a waste of a perfectly good life. Are you crying? No, I'm not. Want a tissue? Thanks. Who are you? Employees only. I'm the boss of Familia Balloon, but you can just call me Bernardo. Huh? Madonna Familia Balloon? Oh, what brings an Ordodisi down here? If memory serves me properly, this place is supposed to split off and become the secondary command tower of the new nomadic city's core. That's right. Let's not knock my cup off of the desk. That would be great. And there's one thing I'd like to ask of you. What are you doing? Begin the separation sequence for the secondary core area.
Impossible. But that does explain everything. What my father told you, that we were planning to ignite an all-out war between all the familia to flush Senora Cecilia out. It was a feint. From the very beginning, Familia Bologna has just been a bargaining chip for him. Everything you see now was his design. Everything was for the sake of a Siracusa without Familia. You seriously expect me to believe that the dawn of the most powerful Familia in the country is trying to destroy all the Familia? You have no choice but to believe, Dimitri. You said all the Familia are looking at us, right? Yes, but even if they believe Rubio, no one would dare to do anything rash so soon. But it's just a matter of time. The fuse has already been lit. Would Siracusa be better off without Familia? Padre mio, this is what you believed in all this time. That's why you had Dimitri test me in the first place. But what do you want me to do? What can I even do? Leon? Huh? You said before that you'd handle things your way, Leon. I did. You should focus up. Whatever the situation, at this critical moment, the Dawn is not here. You're now the boss of the Familia. We have to do something. I know. Go and tell the Saluzas that I want to meet with Alberto. Then get in touch with the Rosati man, Warlock. You mean... I see. What is it I hope to do?
By building goodwill to Karachi's legacy, you got people to believe that you really choose to draw all the fire purely out of a desire to avenge him. It wasn't until the end that you finally revealed a sliver of your real face. Your self-control is admirable, Rubio. Unfortunately, I knew a long time ago that you and Karachi were on the same path. Neither of you were willing to accept the yoke of the Familia rule forever. Only he stepped onto the stage like a moth to a flame, while you concealed yourself a bit better. After all, I was in charge of the liquidation 30 years ago. I remembered him. Naturally, I remembered you as well. It came as a surprise to me that you chose to make your move now, but that brings with it an opportunity. Is the separation sequence still not complete?
It'll be done shortly.
I hope you know that stalling for time and playing petty tricks won't accomplish anything.
The lives of all my colleagues are in your hands. I'm not kidding. I don't want anything to do with the conflicts between your big Familia. Just hope you keep your promise.
You say that, but the look in your eyes and the beating of your heart tells me that you're ready to die with me. Relax, I just want to ask you a question. Have you ever thought about what Siracusa without Familia would look like? Dan Brown stares blankly at the scene unfolding in front of his eyes. He has slain many people and seen his fair share of corpses. He became numb to the sight of blood a long time ago. But this is something altogether different.
Dan Brown, why are you still here?
The Dawn wants to meet the Bologna and Rosati bosses, so hurry up and do what you need to do.
What is the Dawn doing?
Are you deaf, Dan Brown? The Dawn is about to meet the Bolognas, and told us to prepare.
Prepare what?
You don't get it? The Dawn sincerely wanted to cooperate with the Bolognas, and that broadcast just now is them trying to drag us underwater. How could the Dawn let that go unpunished? The Bolognas were the first to sully our honor, so it's not our fault if we were a little discourteous with them. The Dawn's meaning is obvious. Follow his orders at the meeting. Familia Bologna is about to be wiped from Siracusa.
Why are they chasing money and power instead of advising violence and conflict? Is killing me today just a cathartic release of this violence? Or is it because I got in the way of people behind you taking power?
Dan Brown suddenly understands why he hasn't been able to sleep at night. Texas knows why she has been hesitating. She doesn't like to think. And that means when she encounters a situation in which she is forced to think, she plans everything to the letter in advance. She anticipated this well before she ever set out on her trip to Siracusa. She knew she would have to fight. But she believes that what she did in Lungmen was not fundamentally different from what she had done in Columbia or Siracusa. She does not believe that her life in Lungmen is righteous, just as she does not believe that her life in Siracusa or Columbia was evil. She has always dealt in the logistics of life and death. She knew she would one day have to face the land of Siracusa. But she had already made up her mind. Just as she had once asked her grandfather this question, isn't Siracusa morality just trampling on the lives of the people all the same? She even anticipated meeting up with an old acquaintances like Giovanna. She really didn't anticipate all of this. And that's why she has been tossing and turning sleeplessly for several nights. But the one thing she did not expect was she would meet people here who wanted to change the place. Tusa. Even though he is an heir to the Familia, his way of thinking is progressive. His ideas may still be immature, but they are never violent. Lavinia. A puppet of Senora Cecilia's will, but a judge who nevertheless wants the law to apply equally. Karachi. Even though she never met him, she learned from many sources that he served the people as Ministero de Lavori Pubblici. And finally, she used to feel that there would never be an end to all this, that she was powerless to change Siracusa, that everything was too deeply entrenched. So she chose to run. However, after returning this time, she's met people who wanted to make this land a better place, and they were hurt, one after another. But she still chose to run. I found her! The lady is over here! She has been hesitating because her desire to return to Lungmen is real. But at the same time, her anger towards the plight of those people is just as real. And right before her eyes, a good man with good intentions is forced by this country to cry out at the cost of his life. That is when Texas realizes never in her life has she felt so outraged. Oh, what's the crowd? Looks like some of them are even starting to charge. Don't blame me for this, Texas. I've already done what I could. Why would I blame you? Hey, partner. Get a good rest. Good enough. You look pretty mad. So you can tell. Of course. It's like I can guess what I want to eat for my mood. Been a partner for so many years. Susie, a good man just died. I heard. There's something I want to do for him. I was thinking the same thing. Well, you see me, Texas. You're planning on staying, aren't you? Lapland. Thank you for doing your best to help me get back to Lungmen. But I've already made up my mind. There are a few people out there who don't deserve to die like that. They need help. They deserve it. Can you actually do anything about that? Is this a little fairy tale enough to make you choose a different path? This little fairy tale is more than enough to make me choose a different path. Some things aren't that complicated at all, Lapland. You, on the other hand, how long are you going to stay on the leash? What, are you lecturing me now? Take it as a little advice from someone who's been there. You see, I'm going to break the encirclement. Back me up. You got it. Texas, you're always full of surprises. The sounds of footsteps and screams gradually dissipate with Texas and XCA's departure, and the alley falls silent again. Only the hollow laughter of the lone white wolf continues to reverberate. Until she too stops laughing. She turns her gaze in a different direction. Not the one Texas left, but rather where Familia Siracusa resides.
Father, he...
Feel any better?
Yes. Your Honor, why would my father do something like that? I wish he would have kept doing what he did before. He just kept on being an ordinary secretarial. You might not understand this yet, but your father was a great man. I'll send people to keep you safe. Stay inside and don't wander out, alright? I can feel it. After what my father has done, the whole city is going to turn upside down. You should hide here with me. Thank you, but I have work to do.
Lavinia walks out of the room. The peal of that gunshot resounds to Volsini. Even the dark clouds part for a few minutes as if spooked, letting a few strands of sunlight filter through, for the first time in ages. Her agreement with Bernardo was once her only goal. To the point that when she found out Bernardo had broken his promise, she didn't know what to do with herself. But now, she knows. Because she's been told she does not stand alone. And the ones who told her made a sacrifice 100 times more heroic than her struggles. Compared to them, she might actually be the lucky one. But she does not plan to stand by and rely on this luck.
Minister Rubio, your sacrifice will not be in vain.
She strokes the codex in her hands, a few names from Rubio's diary still lingering in her head. He has either seen them before or heard of them. This is the most bountiful legacy that Rubio has left behind for her. Moreover,
who is it? Penguin Logistics. Need something delivered?
Don Alberto. I came because I heard Malone wanted to speak with me. What? Does Bernardo not even dare to show his face?
My father made his own decision. Just trust that I can speak on behalf of Familia Malone.
Oh. You mean to tell me that you have satisfactory explanation for all of this? Or are you confident enough to deal with the fallout?
What I wanted to say is...
Dan Brown, I didn't call for you to come out yet. No, the time is now, man. Dan Brown points the weapon in his hand at Alberta. Dan Brown, I'm afraid you're pointing your knife at the wrong target.
I don't make mistakes. Look at the Familia bosses have become. You all sit high and mighty above the rest of us, talking in all fancy about your politics, trends, country, and future. But what's the reality? The only thing you give a damn about is your own business. We took the times with violence, old man. Why not take a little pride?
The times have changed, Dan Brown. Why don't you understand this? We're shaping the times as we want.
I don't understand it. I just see us turning weak and stupid.
We don't take pride in our instincts, and we don't use peace to fight for peace. If we keep this up, what will we become? We won't become anything. No. We're not a pack of wolves anymore. We're monsters hiding in human skin. And our leaders... You... and you. You aren't more civilized. You're just more hypocritical. Looks like I should have kept you on a tighter leash, Dan Brown. This isn't your podium. Nobody could have caught what happens next. In the blink of an eye, Alberto appears behind Dan Brown. A streak of blood appears across the car wash worker's throat. He grips his neck, eyes wide, unable to make a sound. Then he slowly slumps to the ground, maintaining his posture. He will never speak again. Now that this matter is resolved, I won't beat around the bush, Leontuso. Your father convinced me to agree to combine our Familia's forces to take down Senora Cecilia. But I don't see sincerity in anything you've done. The people know that I, Don Alberto, never place a bet lightly. What they don't know is that once I do, I never stop until I win. Leon Tutso. Submit to Familia Saluso or die here and now. You have 10 seconds. Alberto takes out an antiquated pocket watch from his waist and begins counting down Leontuso's fate. 10.
You always got the option of violence, but you refrained from using it because of your upbringing and self-control. I'd even like to thank you for your kindness. That's not what I meant. I'm not blaming you either, Leon. For you to even consider why the rain hasn't stopped is already exceptionally rare to see.
9. You've subconsciously lumped yourself in with Lavinia and Kalachi. But don't ever forget, you are not one of them. I know. If you really knew, you wouldn't be standing here. 8. And Tuso thought he understood what they were trying to say. He could never truly be Lavinia's ally. He would always be his father's son. This is the life he was born into, something he cannot change. And in spite of that, he's always believed that he has done his best. Is his best not good enough? 7. You are more civilized, you're just more hypocritical. This is the moment when he finally awakens. It isn't a question of good enough. He has been wrong from the very beginning. 6. We aren't more civilized, we're just more hypocritical. We aren't more civilized, we're just more hypocritical. 5. Right. That's right. Why is he sitting here? Why did he still think he could resolve this like the Familia do? He knew the answer all along. But he chose to ignore this answer for the longest time because of who he is and where he came from. 4. Everything he's done before was just violence wrapped up in pretense. And civility can never be born from violence. 3. You're running short on time, Leon Tuzo. I choose... What just happened? Boss, the secondary core area. Someone started the separation program. What did you say? So this is your last resort, Father. And I'll... Too naive. You're pretty fast for your age. Rosati. I'm here. You go on ahead. I'll handle this. Alright. I see. So this is Balloon's trump card. But, are you sure you really want to make an enemy of me? Don Alberto, and of the Salusas. You expect me to believe you were ever really going to be our friend? Shared interest could have been the bond connecting us, pup. But there's something to your youthful delusions, think you can actually turn things upside down. You old files will always think you control everything. You never stop to consider whether the times have left you behind. Come then, pups. Let me try your hand. And Tuso knows that as a Don of Familia, he should return home and navigate his people through these turbulent times to maximize their profit. But as a man who thinks he understands Slovenia's ideas, a man who saw the way Karachi conducted himself, as a man who has always been lost, he's never been clear about what he should do next. He can't lie to himself anymore. I'm sorry, Dimitri. He does not walk the path of his familia. He knows where his father is. I did what I had to do. It won't be long before it reaches Zaro. The time has come. My Mises Fang, Luna Cub. You've kept me waiting. So that's where you come into play here.
You're never alone. I'm not good at taking a lot of opponents at once.
I don't make a wise target.
And you told me that of the remaining things, you're the one that most deserves to die. You've toyed around with a thing called power, trying to use that garbage to win this.
Quite profound insight from La Signora de Lupi. Do you know where the remaining fangs are?
No.
One now lives at a company called Rhodes Island. Wait. Hold on. Who's one of the fangs? Don't tell me. I'm gonna try and think about this. I know I'm probably really stupid and not thinking of it. Oh. Wait, I think I know. Okay. Duh. Yeah, no, I know. Okay. In hindsight, yes, is indeed obvious. I just quickly sort of like, there's gotta be like, oh, right, yeah, duh, okay. She returned to Siracusa not too long ago. Another, knowing that there was no hope of victory, went into hiding and cultivated a student early. These two wandering wolves have now returned to Siracusa. Another is still hiding in the wastes. And as long as they remain here, I can track their movements. With a little more power, I could exercise my will to find them, and have my men eliminate them. This is what Zaro discovered, the might of power.
Does that count as victory?
It is what he believes.
How strange.
The strange one is you, Fang de Magnis. You didn't come here to kill me, did you?
I was just a little curious. You don't seem like an evil man, or one who wields power as you claimed.
What do you see when you look at me, then?
A beast who went looking for a place to die, now laying peacefully in it. Are those wise guys gone, right? They're gone, right?
Thank goodness.
I thought they were going to start fighting. What are we going to do with this body?
I don't want to touch it.
Still, I can't help but feel a bit bad for this guy. I'll handle it. Who are you?
It's a friend of this nameless man. You discovered something important, my friend. Violence is done in the name of civility. That is the true nature of the familiar. We must come to terms. What we call civility, even if it's another pretense, even if it's just a form of self-restraint, even if it's only a stone's throw from our basest instincts. And our desire for civility will always be different from using it to whitewash your sins. Neither this country nor its city will remember you. But I will remember you, Dan Brown, the car wash worker. Together with Rubio, you two have proven the lie that a family can change and adapt. Here we go. The lies of civilization. Why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I piece that together? The other things.
A fight. Wicked, bring it on.
Oh, look, how convenient.
As a knight of the tower, I accept your challenge.
Ah, parts that didn't work.
Need speed to succeed.
Boy, can you guys not?
You saw nothing.
Ah, you jerk.
Need to succeed.
Can you punch him? No, there.
Words. I'll do my best.
That won't work.
You saw nothing.
Yet again, another humble request of, don't. Excuse me, what? What? Unlimited attack range while under asset liquidation. Attacks using ammo, decrease target. Attacks using ammo, decrease target defense. Max ammo 10. Do you reload? So let me tell you something here, buddy. I don't really appreciate this. That's the exact reason why. I don't exactly have a defender here, so I don't really know what I'm supposed to do. Oh, he could just... He's gonna die. Yeah, okay, well... He... really did serve that much of a threat, did he?
Follow me. 悪くない眺めだ。
すぐに解決いたしますわ。
He's only dangerous during asset liquidation, yeah. Even then, he didn't have a ton of health. I just kind of like shredded him to bits. Ah, I missed it. Don't mind me for a mere moment. I'd prefer for you to not. Thank you. It's almost like the invisibility asset liquidation. I cannot speak. Liquid acidation. Acid liquidation. Asset liquidation. That's one. Liquid assets. That's yep. Nope. That's totally 100% right. Jeez, I cannot speak today. Hey! Hello, hello, hello! Welcome, everybody! Welcome, welcome, welcome! Thank you so much for the raid, Starry Detective Guy! How have you been doing? Hello, 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 Detective Squad! How are you all doing? Welcome, 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 welcome. We're doing pretty well. Getting pretty close to wrapping up the story, which is exciting. I have no clue how this... I mean, I have a rough idea of how this is probably going to end, but I still technically don't know fully how this is going to end. I think I may know who the boss is, so I guess we'll put it that way. Having a good night caused so many sideties when they started. Oh no. Hey, well, at least you got shinies together. Shiny hunting takes a lot of dedication. Dedication I'm afraid I do not have. So mad props to you. Never seen this game? This game is called Arknights. It is a gacha tower defense game, which means that the towers that you deploy on the field are obtained from random chance. You pull them from a specified pool. Exactly, it was a team effort. There you go. They're pulled from a specified pool, and you have to go and then deploy them based on the ones that you were able to successfully pull. In this case, this is a bit different from most of the tower defense games you may have seen, such as Balloons Tower Defense is one that a lot of people recognize and just are familiar with. It's a bit different in that when you place down your towers, or in this case known as operators or units, there are two different specifications. Those who can be placed in the path, and those who are placed off of the path on high ground. Those who are in the path usually deal physical damage, like they attack melee, and they block the path. They will literally hold the enemies there. Your range units are going to deal, of course, range damage up on the high ground, but they can, and while they're less likely to take damage, they can still be targeted by enemies on the ground who can deal damage as well. So your towers are at risk of being destroyed, technically, unlike most other tower defense games. This also has an incredible story to go along with it that I have been reading. You'll have to excuse my voice acting. I do my best to put on a voice for each of the characters, but I'm not always the greatest. In particular, a rough recap of what's been happening is this is Siracusa, an area, according to the game, is entirely a fiction, but is very heavily inspired by Italy. No worries, voicing comes with practice. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. In this case, we have several mafia families all coming to war with each other. And a specific one is under the rule, well, a specific couple at this point, we have now learned is simply but a tool for essentially godlike deities known as the Lord of Wolves, as Lords of the Wolves, Signore dei Lupi. And throughout this, one of the Fangs has returned. The Fang of the Wolves has returned under an agreement to one of these lords. And they kind of left without a word, so their friends have come along, and now they're all caught up in the middle of a whole, essentially, war between all these different mafia families. Some of them want to be rid of the mafia forever, some of them want to rise to power, others of them, well, we aren't fully sure. And at the current moment, one of the heads of the families, family known as Bologna, has separated off a part of the city, which he knows goes against the Lord of the Wolves that he is currently working under, we'll say. And there has been large arguments due to the chaos that has ensued between the remaining families in the city. Now, we pick up just after a battle. We ended up letting him go. He stopped wanting to fight us halfway through. You felt it too, didn't you? If you really wanted to kill us, he would have got it done. He just didn't want to take the time. You can't underestimate any of the Siracusan familiae. You got one thing wrong. I've never underestimated any of them. Every familia is my enemy, including the Balloons. Don't you think you're jumping the gun a bit there? You don't seem surprised. You betrayed your own boss. You expect me to believe you'd really go in with us? But let me point out, now isn't a good time. Richard does not waver in the face of Volek's sharpened blade, instead turning back to his soldiers. What's going on in the city? Nothing good. The Familia know about the secondary core separation sequence started. People are all pretty mad at us and the Salazos. Wise guys from the other Familia are hitting us now too. What about the thing I asked you to handle? You were right on the money. The eyes and ears we planted in the other Familia tell us even though the people are angry at the Ballones and Salazos, we aren't their main deal here. All the chaos is down there exactly what all the Familia were looking for. Everything Senora Cecilia kept down is bubbling right up to the surface now. There's already fighting over how to divvy up Ballone and Saluzzo assets. Got some old grudges out there getting settled. Everyone's hopping in, directly or indirectly. Exactly what you wanted, my boss. You betrayed us after all. Well, look, you're not an idiot. You got there's no point in fighting us now. Isn't it better to solve big problems first? Is this how Rosati's handled everything back in Columbia? You really think you can swallow up Siracusa all on your own? This place is pretty hopping. Yeah. That's one way to put it. I think in the last 3 cutscenes we've watched at least, what, 3 people die? So, that's one way to put it. Take your friends Wiley, Volok. Yes. Don't feel too bad. Not like I'm jumping for joy to team up with somebody like you. Where's Leon? What, he didn't go back home? Nope, no trace of him anywhere. Yeah, oh no, yeah. He's avoiding us, obviously. Leon, don't tell me. Richard takes a deep breath. There's no point in overthinking things now. He has to face reality. Now that the Familia is starting to bite one another. See a lot of daggers there. Did they look at what's inside? I think a couple of them are trying to. We're gonna have a future. We'll have to take hold of it first. Don Alberto, what's the situation? It's mayhem out there. Wise guys from multiple Familia are taking advantage of the confusion to attack us, and our soldiers have started to fight back. Things have spiraled out of control. That's funny. This can't possibly be what that Leon Trusso kid meant. Now that I think of it, Bernardo, even though the Laplands showed up on a whim, you included us in your calculations, didn't you? The ironclad law laid down by Cecilia is crumbling. You set fire to everything that took decades to make Siracusa what she is. Is this what you wanted? Why? Where's Lapland? We haven't been able to reach her since yesterday morning. Forget it. Boss, it's a madhouse out there now. You want us to wait and see if anything changes? If I wanted to keep Familia Saluzzo out of this, it's no longer possible. Bernard's that old runt. Can't believe he even accounted for all this. Tell the people out there to come back. Then send in some of our heavies to the command tower in the secondary core area. The Blodes and Rosatis aren't going to let it go. Do you mean? I have no interest in that new city, but I'm not about to let it fall into the hands of those who betrayed me neither. Padre! Leon, I never expected you to find this place. I happen to recall it from memory. Since you're here, come take a seat. I know what you're trying to do here. Do you? Since the very beginning, you've wanted to see Siracusa return to the dark times of 60 years ago. You want the Familia all tearing into each other. If Senora Cecilia didn't step in, Siracusa's Familia may well have mortally wounded each other. But this time you want them to break free since Senora Cecilia's changed. Fight each other until nothing is left. So you understand after all. But you didn't come here to confirm your conjecture with me, did you? What I want to know is, what exactly made you think this way? When I was 20 years old, I was just an ordinary Bologna wise guy. They wanted me to rub somebody out. I couldn't pull it off, so I had to flee into a nearby village. I took a new identity and went into hiding. I lived there for almost 6 months. Nothing particularly notable happened during that time. The 6 months gave me an entirely new perspective on the country I lived in. There was no corner of Siracusa completely free from the influence of the familiae. But in places like the villages outside the city, the familiae are just your run-of-the-mill thuggish bullies. I found a job as a cobbler. And for that summer I piled my trade by the side of the road and watched them go about their business. In the end, nothing they did impressed me at all. But I will never forget that summer when sweat flowed from my brow like rain. Leon, whether it's you, me, or any other wise guy, we've all been branded from birth. But it was during that summer that I realized life in Siracusa will continue, even with no familiae. So that's why you helped Lavinia, and didn't mind that the two of us were growing closer. You genuinely want to support her cause, don't you? In all honesty, I did want to see the kind of justice she envisions. Which is why you didn't have insurance for this plan. You don't need me, Lavinia, or anyone else assuming any of the risk. You think that when you tear down the familiae holding down the people, their lives won't be negatively impacted at all? Absolutely. That doesn't go far enough, Padre mio. It doesn't? No, it's far from enough. Letting the familiae tear into each other until they worn themselves out may overturn the existing system. But that isn't enough to get Siracusa back into the hands of the people. Are you worried about Signora Cecilia? No, what I'm worried about is inertia. I came to realize something while working as Karachi's assistant. The familiae have had their roots here for thousands of years. Even if the people reject the familiae, they have no idea what shape Siracusa might take. Even after they overthrow the old system, will they manage to build something new? I don't think so. Wrong voice. I don't think so. The people will be overwhelmed, not knowing what happened. All they know is that their house has suddenly collapsed. And when they go to build on top of those ruins, they'll build what amounts to familia. Nothing will change at all. If we continue down this path, we may bring about a Siracusa without familiae, for a bit. But the Siracusa you're dreaming of will never come. This is IS-9 after. So we aren't quite to IS-10 just yet. We'll get there right after this is done. Don't dream me too big, Padre mio. You want to give them your Siracusa, but you never stop to think if they're willing and able to accept it. Welcome to the stream, by the way. All we can do is let everyone out there know what's happening and involve them in the process. That's the only way we can start the conversation on a Siracusa without the familiae. Looks like my son's all grown up. But you came here for a good old-fashioned father-son argument. I didn't expect you to teach me something. Padre mio. So what are you going to do? I'll go find Lavinia. Organize a coalition of non-familiar forces. Take control of the secondary corps command tower. As long as the new city is under my control, I'll have the advantage. After whether I'll be able to negotiate with Signora Cecilia. Hope I'll have to confront her directly. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But no matter what happens, we'll be betraying Dimitri and our whole familia. Do it your way, Leon. You're the one who started this whole mess. Don't even think about sitting on the sidelines and leaving everything to me. Don't worry. I'll catch up with you. Good. Sounding near. I hear you never set foot in church. Siracusa doesn't need churches. If we accept the teachings of Laterano, we're doomed to be influenced by their culture. In the end, all I can do is choose to distance myself. But it's worth making an exception for a man like you. Your Honor, everyone's here. I've counted over 50. That's a lot less than before. The people planted in here by the Familia have all gone back home, haven't they? That's right. Because that may be, it does save me some effort. Listen up. The courts occupy an awkward position in Siracusa. We represent the will of Signora Cecilia to some extent, and in return gain a certain amount of power. But this power is not enough for us to fulfill our obligations. Quite the contrary. In many cases, the power we hold only makes us more aware of how powerless we are in the face of entities known as Familiae. We can neither lower our heads and accept it, as most ordinary people can, nor can we truly integrate into these Familiae. Throughout this process, many of our colleagues have been ostracized, pushed out, or even killed because they could not bear the situation any longer. In fact, even they ended up betraying the law. I would not be in a position to blame them. The truth is, I'm only here where I am today because of my connection to Familia Ballon. You all know what happened and what is happening out there. At first I assumed all I could do was what I always did before. Pray that the Familia struggles don't chew through many common folk. I pray Signora Cecilia would come to mete out justice for us in the end. However, a brave man told us that he thinks the Familia system is evil, and that all of this is unjust. He wanted to change everything, so he pinned his hopes on me. All of you, just like me, come from outside the Familia system. You've all worked with me for so many years, and I believe that among you there are those who harbor even graver grievances against the Familia than I. Those who understand the status quo more deeply than I. Therefore, I would like to ask all of you to help me. A moment of silence passes. What can we even do? The separation sequence of the new city's core area started not long ago. This confirms the conspiracy conjured by the Ballones and Salazos, as revealed by Minister Rubio. For the Familiae, this is the spark that ignited new conflict. And for us, it is an opportunity. The new nomadic city will be our bargaining chip amidst the chaos, whether negotiating with Signora Cecilia or jockeying for power with the Familiae. Another moment of silence passes. Even with all of us together, we don't have enough people. I have two reliable friends. Hello, Texas. Hello, Exicie. Hello, everyone. Selenia, why are you... How come I never heard of another Sancto in Volsini? All you need to know is that Selenia and her friend are on our side. Also, Mr. Rubio left behind some resources to help me, and I managed to get in touch with them. They will assist us. But I must be honest with you all. This is a perilous road, and I can't guarantee you that everyone will survive. Those who don't want to put their lives on the line are free to leave. Even if we succeed, will it really accomplish anything? I can't promise you it will. The only thing I can promise is that I'm willing to give my life for this. Only 30-some-odd people remain, but they have no intention of leaving. I should be thanking you for giving me this opportunity, Your Honor. We've gone crazy without you here at the courthouse. I heard the radio broadcast. I knew right away what happened. And honestly, I can't take this anymore. Maybe we won't actually be able to do anything in the end, but I at least want those wise guys to know that we're not lumps of fin meat for them to butcher. Thank you, all of you. Senora Lavinia, ready on our end. So soon. The Familia are all stirred up now. They don't usually give the common folk a second look. Even now, they probably don't think we can get in their way at all. But we have to let them know that they've never really had a hand in running the city. This town belongs to us. Take your people and go to the control tower. We'll use everything at our disposal to hold back the wise guys as best we can. Thank you. Do your best. We're the ones who should be thanking you. You never took the Familia head on. Now we're leaving the most dangerous work to you.
I'm ready and willing.
In Boca al Lupo.
Can
I have no idea what that means, excepting something about wolves. That is the only word I understood. And I probably horribly mispronounced everything else. You used Karachi as bait, got your own son involved, and even tricked your own associates under the righteous pretense of handing Cecilia to muddy the waters of this city. And you didn't even waver in the face of Salazar's one. Instead, you took that opportunity to drag Salazar into the mud with you. Per Google, in the mouth of the wolf. With high instinct wishing people luck in the good old-fashioned way by saying good luck, in fact, brings bad luck. Huh. Interesting. Well, the more you know. You learn something new every day, huh? Thank you for looking that up. I appreciate it. The high-profile assassination of the Rosati girl was, on one hand, to convince Alberto that he had an ally in you, while on the other hand, serving as an example to the other familiae. You've made full use of Texas as your final card. In Giovanna's hands, the Rosatis were a deadly but hidden saber. Sure, you got. It's probably close enough. There's a lot of things going on with wolves right now, so in the mouth of a wolf. I could see it. But in Warlock's hands, they are a savage and ostentatious knife. He saw Rubio's connection with Karachi, even took advantage of his anger. He thought no one knew his self-restraint. He never expected that you had already uncovered him. I knew you'd be in town, but I didn't expect you to see through all my plans so easily. It is always easier to trace back the steps in retrospect. But your plan has already been set in motion. Even if I was able to deduce all this, there's nothing more I can do. Even if Cecilia were to pop up right here, right now, even she would be hard-pressed to resolve everything. Who would have imagined that the Dawn of the most powerful familia would use his own people as bait to bring others down with him? You don't seem particularly upset about it. Cecilia has never asked me for a Siracusa that would flourish forever. I was never after wealth or power. What you've done undoubtedly breaks the rules Cecilia established, and so I really did come to end you. But your father-son talk there surprised me. Oh. Cecilia has never tolerated any disruptions to her order because no one came with an answer that could satisfy her. But you went on. Have an excellent son. You won't be able to shake apart the society Cecilia built with her own two hands. Not by yourself. But if your son came along with you, then maybe. It would be completely impossible. Life is full of surprises. I thought I realized my lifelong dream could die happy today. Who knew that I'd change my mind, that I'd want to live and see what Leon can do? It's too bad. For a moment, Agnier casts his gaze in direction of the Grey Hall. I cannot speak English. Something inhuman is approaching. I see. I've not heard of this. Is it also part of your plan? It's something that has to be done. That is all. Please go, Agnier. This is the price I have to pay. So be it. Just a moment, Reverend. Agnier, or rather Padre, I've never prayed to anyone in my entire life. And I don't think I'd find closure with anyone else. The Lord can't answer. But right here I do have some questions only you can answer. By all means. How did Senora Cecilia feel when she came back from Laterana? Conflicted. She was distressed about the challenges she was to face. She was looking forward to the society she was about to create. More or less as you're feeling right now.
Alright, okay, I know. You be careful too. How are Texas and Exusia doing? They're with Lavinia right now. They were doing her a favor. The judge lady, yeah? She's a bit more put together than the lone family fellows from before. But nothing bad happens to him. Yeah. Miss Giovanna, you're awake.
You shouldn't be.
I'm not dead. The assassination missed your heart by a couple centimeters, and you pulled through.
Just saying, though, I'm imagining where my heart is right now. I know where my heart is. A couple centimeters down. Nope, that's a lung. A couple centimeters... Let's see, assuming I'm the stabber. To the right. Nope, that's a lung. A couple centimeters up. Maybe? Probably gonna hit a major artery, though. Couple centimeters to the left, and you kind of in the... what's that area called? I can't think of the name off the top of my head. But either way, getting stabbed there does not mean you are waking up. She's resting in a hotel room, not a hospital. Yeah, hospitals aren't exactly to be trusted right now. Besides, Sora does know a little bit of healing arts from what I understand, so there's some sort of healing magic, essentially, that she can use. Which would probably help a little bit, I guess, if you could stab around there. It would have had to be more center and more upwards, I think. Or no, not more center and more upwards. Probably just a bit more center. In order to miss anything that's super vital, that would just genuinely be fatal. Like, without any sort of... Also, the with corruption? Yeah, kind of, sort of. They're all probably run by mafia families. And also, Streets of Chaos. So, you know, that would be long. That would be a long. You're going to hit major arteries if you go up there. So, yeah, no, it would have to just be more center, which would really freaking suck, because that's a nerve cluster. Yikes. That could not have felt great. In any way, shape, or form.
Gotta say, though, they could think you in such excellent shape. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't have made it. Oh, look. How long was I unconscious for? A day. Guessing a lot has happened over the course of that day. Tell me what's going on. Alright.
You're finally here, Don. Or should I say, Zaro.
Bernard, what are you scheming?
Don't play dumb. I can tell you're in denial about the conclusion you've drawn.
You dare?
Why wouldn't I dare? You pushed me into a lifetime of power and betrayal. You're so prideful and arrogant you never imagined that one day I could betray you too.
Don't forget, Bernardo. I'm the one who made you everything you are.
A pitch-black mist wraps around Bernardo's neck. But he pays it no heed. You still don't get it, Zaro. The game you Signori de Lupi are playing means nothing to me. Siracusa is the absolute limit of your imagination. You think that ultimate power is to control a country, multiple countries, or even subjugate all the lands. But I don't think so. Real power is the power to command an entire epoch. My original plan, Siracusa would follow along with me. Now my son has showed me that he sees a bigger picture. You should take comfort in that. Now take that comfort back to your mountain forest. In this round of the game, you have lost.
I lost.
I still have countless ways to. The Signor de Lupi has many ways to control his fangs. However, Zaro immediately notices a trail of blood running from the corner of Bernardo's mouth.
Poison? You were planning this from the very beginning, weren't you? Bernardo!
Bernardo does not answer. He has already lost the strength to speak. He simply lifts his head and looks at the wide open doors of the church. His gaze passes over flower beds, tall buildings, and dark clouds. Until it finally passes through time itself. He sees the summer of that year when he, as a cobbler, was sweating profusely beneath the scorching sun. But he felt an unprecedented fulfillment from it. That feeling would haunt him for the rest of his life. He slowly closes his eyes. Like a true king.
Imbecile. You imbecile.
The giant wolf's roar reverberates through the church. But no one is there to answer him. After a while, he turns his gaze to the direction Leontuzo left. He does not accept such failure. Absolutely not. The streets of Ulcinia are either packed with fighting familiae or completely empty. Not a soul notices an old woman walking slowly over the city gate. And not far away, a blindfolded Sancta quietly awaits her arrival. You can already see the buildings of the new city from here. That's right. Spectacular, isn't it? This is Cecilia, isn't it? Huh. You ask me, the edges and corners are a bit too sharp for my liking. That just means your tastes are behind the times, Cecilia. Yep. How could yours be any better? So have you made up your mind? Not yet. Let's send out a warning to the noisiest familiae. The Senora says... excuse me. As Senora Cecilia's voice falls, a few black shadows spring out not too far behind her. They quickly disappear into the buildings of Ulcini. Then I'd like to go see an old friend. Is my opinion alone not sufficient? It's always better to get a second opinion, and a third. So you are here. Oh, you told me that, didn't you? Sure enough. I love the food here. It's great stuff. It's been a while, Ben. It certainly has, Cecilia. What brings you here, I wonder? Any guesses? If you just wanted to get the city back under control, you probably wouldn't have come to me. Bernardo understands the wolf pack. His mind's ultimately boiled down to 4 words. Excuse me. Don't rock the boat. He's gotten to the dosy familiar, all bloodthirsty. That bloodlust doesn't quench easy. But it's not too hard either. But I heard some other things from Ignir. And would like a little input from an old friend. I don't have anything in particular to say. This is a legitimate dining establishment, and it needs a new head chef. That's about it. I thought you'd had some feeling on the current state of Siracusa. Nostalgia is also a feeling. You're fickle, aren't you? Do you really need my opinion? Not really. But I am interested in hearing the thoughts of a man born to civilization who's removed himself from it. In every era, people are bound by the chains of the times into which they were born. You don't escape from that. Bernardo's ideals were an obsession born from your era. He was stuck with using violence to tear it down. He couldn't get past that. What about his son? Who can say? Not like I can predict the future. You see it too, don't you? Watching the birth of a new era here. Oh boy.
I managed to help a little, didn't I?
Alright. Who's ready to fight a Lord of the Wolves? At least I'm pretty darn sure that's about what's going to happen. Sorry, Loopy. Yep. A wolf of the wild. Leaders only. Yep. Like all good RPGs, the story comes to an end with fighting a god. Let us begin.
Recon complete. No hostiles sighted. The roadmap they gave us sure is nifty. We actually managed to get here first without any real obstacles along the way. All the tech used in the new city's design comes from Colombia.
You'll love the stage music? Oh, heck yeah.
There's lots of functionality that none of the mafiosi even understood. Hello, yes, hello, 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 hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
It appears you have joined right at the best time, huh?
Heading out for now, but hope you have a good rest of the stream. Well, thank you for coming and hanging out, and thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a nice, I think it's night where you are? I hope you have a nice, I guess, whatever time happens to be where you are. Well, thank you for coming and hanging out. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the raid. It means a lot to me. For example, the road leading directly to the control tower will be blocked off after we pass through. See you next time? Yeah, see you next time. Thanks for hanging out. We also managed to block other intersections with various methods. Not to mention what we saw along the way. Conflicts between the Familia have been spreading. At this point, even if any of them wanted to attack the control tower, another Familia would get in the way. Most importantly, they never expect us to take it right from under their noses. That's right. However, it's too soon to rest on our laurels. The Ballones, Rosatis, and Salusas. Those two Familiae will never give up in the secondary core area. They will definitely make an appearance. With me in Texas here, you've got nothing to worry about. Sorry, I wasn't trying to get you dragged into this mess. I chose to do this. Same here. In exchange, I need you to tell me where I can get the best pizza. Deal. You said the tech here comes from Colombia. That's right. Familia Rosati laid out most of the groundwork, so I'm a little concerned they may have some way of breaking through. It's one place they have no choice but to pass through. Where would that be?
Something's not right here. You feel it too? It has something to do with the other Familia getting in the way, but... well, it's possible that that big gate over there might have activated accidentally. We've been taking detours for a while now, and I'm pretty sure these blockades were set here on purpose.
In other words, someone's one step ahead of us.
Yes, and they also happen to be very familiar with the area. They don't leave the Rosatis fill that bill. The only other possibility would be those who helped in the conversion of the secondary core area.
Let's not worry about who it could be for now. How do we break through?
I can give it a try. One of my soldiers to know how.
We're wasting too much time. And
if someone really set this up on purpose, they'll definitely have a backup plan. I know what you're going to say. Even though we haven't the most fun partnering here, we're about the part where our agreement formally ends.
So,
you know, in a sense, we're brothers in misfortune.
we have nothing in common.
Am I wrong, though? You can already tell that you're a guy with a smart look to him, but you're actually a complete idiot, loyal to a fault, same as me.
Don't bother trying to talk yourself up like that. Nobody's buying it.
I'm not looking for excuses here. I know what I'm doing, and I don't regret it. But if what you said is true, and your boss was the one who set all this in motion, you're probably going to find yourself standing against your own fatale. Are you prepared to do what you've got to do? Will you really get what you're looking for? How about you? Did you get what you were looking for? No. I've got a guilty conscience, but there's nothing I can do about it. Your Honor, found the control tower technicians hiding in one of the rooms. They want to talk to you. Deal. Excuse me? You're a judge. Don't worry, I'm not here to hurt you. I'm not here on behalf of any familia or Senora Cecilia. Then who are you here for? Right now, no one. Alright. As long as you don't hurt us, we should be able to help you. I want to ask you something first. What? Excuse me. Who told you to start the separation sequence of the secondary core area? Was it a mafioso from Familia Bologna? You said he was the daughter of Familia Bologna, Bernardo. Really was you, Bernardo? Do you have to do this all for the sake of your so-called power? You also asked me if I had ever imagined what Siracusa would look like without Familia. What did you say? The head is a central facility that controls the gate, isn't it? Yeah. Life keeps bringing us together, doesn't it, Selenia? That's right. Only one of us can walk out of this alive. Lavinia? The judge? Yeah. They followed your instructions and not to break through right away. We took some detours and nabbed ourselves a government guy. That's what he told us. She's already taken the control tower. I have to admit, no familia would have thought such an insignificant judge could pull off something like that with just a few paper pushers. But even if she managed to stall those familia with her funny business, look at what they'll do in the end. Well, it's bad news. Out with it. It's Lapland. She suddenly showed up at the estate and started chopping up our boys. Let's make our way over to you. Stop her. You got it. Lapland, you sure have gotten good at killing. Back in the day, you would have taken a lot longer and picked up a few more scars on your way here. You haven't changed at all. You didn't even bat at an eye at your own boys getting killed. What's the point of crying over some incompetent associates? What about an incompetent child? Oh, Sunday. I almost forgot that for you. There's basically no difference between an associate and your own child. You know what I hate more than anything else, Gilda? Incompetent idiots who are also obedient. I've been waiting a long time for you ever since you came back home. Waiting for you to bare your fangs at me. And now that time has finally come. Tell me, Fidia Mia. All these years, what is it that made you like this? What made you disobey me, rebel against me time and time again? Quite simple, you are an abusive father. Speak up so I can discipline you. Upon hearing Alberto's words, Lapland cracks a smile. However, she lowers the weapons in her hands. The longest time, I've been thinking if I should try rubbing you out. Oh, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh? Surely killing your own father isn't something that would give you a moment's hesitation. It's not the act that I'm conflicted over. More the meaning of it. The meaning? A woman like you cares to go searching for the meaning of things? Meaning is pretty important to me, like profit is to you. Padre mio. Do you know why I care so much about Texas? You never explained it to me. In the moment I was born, I grew up a part of this familia. You raised me with the most proper Siracusan education. I met your expectations. As a Siracusan, I am second to none. And here I thought you never acknowledged who you were, Reza.
How do you think I managed to wiggle out of your control? Well, I guess not from your control, but from Siracusa, from the Familia, from our blood, the control of our rules. I hated it, all of it. But in the end, I couldn't actually escape any of it. All those things are like the strings of a marionette over my head. No matter how much I rebelled, in the end I'm still dancing in the palm of your hand. There's no way out.
Only you would look at Siracusa and see an inescapable swamp.
And everybody, including you, Padre. You're all scum, whether you realize it or not. Of course, I didn't realize it at that age. The old me thought that she was crazy enough, rebellious enough. Looking back, I was just in denial. You thought I'd grow out of it after a few years, isn't that right?
That goes without saying. I was well aware of your rebelliousness, but I never understood where it came from.
You're being totally convinced that your way of life, your actions, are completely right. You never doubted for a second that I would eventually become you. And that's when she appeared. First, it was because there was someone out there, in far off Colombia, who was better than me. Siracusa, Texas, the granddaughter of Salvador. Strong, cold, honorable, and loyal. After popping back here, she quickly became the most famous Siracusan among all the Familiae. Even though she was Colombian.
You're just as good as her.
Of course. But that's not the important part. The important part is she clearly was a Siracusan, thoroughly poisoned by the swamp of the city. In the end, she chose to turn her back on her blood, letting her entire familia get liquidated.
The blame for that rest only was Giuseppe. Where is Selenia's sin in the righteous judgment of her kin?
Felt like betrayal was particularly rare among wolves. But she chose to turn her back. She chose to get out. Can you imagine, Padre? That day when I found out she wanted to leave Siracusa, leave everything behind, I was so exhilarated.
You figured it was an act of rebellion, a successful one.
She didn't succeed. I knew from the beginning that the land itself wasn't going to let her go.
So why are you standing here in front of me again? For her?
For her? No, Padre mio. No. I'm here not because I learned anything in particular from her successes and failures, but because she taught me that the choice exists in the first place. I knew she would eventually return here. I look forward to seeing what she would do once she came back.
And she did absolutely nothing.
No, you don't understand. She made up her mind.
Selenia, what do you think you're doing?
You don't need to know, and you're not going to.
You ran away from Colombia before and from Siracusa. You ran from it all. And now you have the stones to stand on this soil again. Isn't that kind of ridiculous?
This land isn't a lost cause, so I'm not running away from anymore. Simple as that.
You stopped running, so you came back. What about the people you left behind? Go tell that to them.
Blame it all on me. You decided you had to kill Giovanna, so you pinned the blame on me.
I'm not that shameless yet.
But you will pay for it all the same.
You're gonna have to die, Selenia.
Don't worry. That is where I belong.
Yeah, you.
Now it's my turn. This used to keep me up at night. When I finally stood in front of you face to face, I realized this was never such a difficult thing in the first place. Turns out it's not that I wanted to rebel against you or kill you. All I needed to do was say goodbye to you, my dear father, to this familia, to this swamp. That's why I'm here.
You want to become an enemy to all of Siracusa?
No. Siracusa became my enemy. Goodbye forever, Padre.
Upland gives her father a deep parting bow. A vague thought creeps across Alberto's mind. This is his best chance to be rid of this monster. That's right. Monster. A monster he raised with his own 2 hands. She's by no means invincible, but it seems like nothing is capable of touching her. Okay, I'm sorry. Gonna break this. She looks good in this scene. Okay, that's all. He's 100% sure that if he strikes now, he would be able to slay his daughter on the spot. She's by no means dauntless. Yet when she chose to throw away everything she had to throw away, he knows he should act now, to rid himself of future headaches. But she is a monster, and yet one that he raised with his own 2 hands. If all she wanted was simple freedom, why would she come to see him? Lone wolves eventually remembered the pack to which they belonged, but after today, his daughter will no longer belong to any pack. Alberto lets out a heavy sigh. The next time I see you, I will kill you, my daughter. My bride. My traitor. Laplin smiles, but does not answer. She is no longer a lone wolf. Never again will Siracusa have a place for her. Never again will she need one.
The only thing left is you, Texas.
Are you sure letting Selenia go alone was the right call?
Don't sweat it. She asked to go herself, so she must have had a reason for it.
You don't want to find out what that reason is.
Let me give you a little tip. One of the prerequisites for being a good partner is to never ask your counterpart about stuff she doesn't want to share.
You two have a great relationship.
You betcha.
What? What is it?
You got somebody coming up on you. He's moving really fast.
Just one?
Yeah, just one. Black hair, dressed like a really flamboyant mob boss, holding 2 pistol-shaped wands.
Leon? Lavinia, I knew it'd be you.
So why did you come here?
I'm looking for you. But you cut out communication with the Familia, so I haven't been able to get through. While I was looking around, I overheard wise guys from another Familia talking about how someone...
Excuse me.
How someone had blocked out some passages in the secondary core area, which doesn't sound like something any of us would do. Which is why I came here. That's right. You were with Karachi for so long, you must have known this was the best place to break through. But I have nothing more to say to you, Leon. Wait, Lavinia. I'm here to... Leon? Lavinia? The core guys, too. Alright, so you're the one who's been messing around with the secondary core area behind our backs. Leon, where the hell did you go after that meeting? Don't tell me you've been with her this whole time. No, I went looking for my father. What? Why didn't you tell me? Because when I was face to face with Alberto, when I heard the things that car wash worker had to say about me, I finally realized. I've been wrong my entire life. That's why... Dimitri and Lavinia stand on opposite sides of a wide avenue. Nantuso takes a deep breath and finally walks over to Lavinia's side. That's your answer, huh? Correct. From now on, I am no longer Don Balone. Leon, you know what this means, don't you? I do. Do you? Whatever grand the Don's ideals were, he still chose to abandon his familia. And you, no matter how grand your ideals may be, you're going to do the same? We're a familia. God damn it. And Tuso? Look me in the eye and answer me. We grew up together. We've been through so much together. Does all this mean nothing to you? My father saw the Familia as nothing more than a match to light the fuse of a new era in Siracusa. He was wrong in his ways, but... Nantuso gradually raises his eyes and looks directly at Dimitri. In the end, I'll stand up against all Familiae. Since it's bound to happen sooner or later. Let's not drag out the suffering, Dimitri. Just when everything is about to teeter over an edge, a chill engulfs everyone present. You shall not leave. You will accomplish nothing. Not even your bones will remain. What is this? There's a voice in my head. A black fog congeals around the area. As the fog condenses, an impalpable coercion gradually presses down on the heads, shoulders, and hearts gathered here. In this coercion, they feel a thread of kinship, as if its very existence is entangled with the blood in their veins. Excuse me. No, it is indeed an existence entangled with their blood. But the thread immediately snaps, leaving a bottomless fear behind, because within its coercion broils bottomless anger. In this moment, all reason is suppressed, as if a voice is reaching out to them. Surrender. It's freezing cold. Those unable to bear the pressure fall one by one. It's only Leontuso, Lavinia, and Dimitri remain standing. I remember this feeling. Leontuso turns his gaze towards the entity emerging from the coalesced fog. Watch out, there's something off about that stuff. Signor De Lupi. Before the words leave his lips, a pack of wolves formed from the fog lunges at Leontuso and the others. It's battle time. Of course it's a song.
I can do this.
Of course it is.
The foes Victoria surmounted.
Wonderful. The statue. You're never good for nothing. In circles, cross infinity. May say it hard a broken wall. It hard I gave it all. Okay, sorry, I'll stop singing.
Just try me. Now.
Alright, buddy, how much can I do to you?
You ran into me.
Not much. Okay. Shoot it. But you don't never shoot it. I'm sorry, I freaking love this song. Just sit and say, heart of broken wall, that I gave it all, and failed and fell.
Follow me. You'll have to try harder than that. I'm so tired.
Hi there, buddy. Your time here is up, my friend. Fall. Oh, phase 2, okay.
Moving to designated location.
Fair enough. I don't really know what you're doing, so I'm just gonna play side guy there. Are you done? Oh, big boy. Oh, invincible big boy. No matter what, Saga shall prevail. I said, get hard a broken one. Get hard, I gave it all. Tried it failed and fell. Whoa. Come on, buddy, walk a little faster. I gotta chime this perfectly with the end of the song. Good loop. Gosh dang it. Circles crossing through. I love that song, it's so good. I'm sorry for my horrible singing. You know, for a god, he went down pretty darn quickly. I'm assuming that's supposed to be his kind of, like, title as a deity. Didn't the Signore di Lupi agree not to meddle in the affairs of mortals? Get back at the right time. Yeah, we just wrapped up. You missed my horrible singing. The event is now done. I changed my mind. Not to ruin my plans. I spent 68 years grooming him. Okay, I don't think I'm going to be able to do that voice. Sorry. I don't know, maybe I will.
And he's killed himself just to deny my victory.
What did you say? My father killed himself? It's your favorite scene in the event? His father's interpretation of the Signore de Lupi and the game flashed through Leontuso's mind. He suddenly understands that the words his father spoke to him in church were a kind of approval for him. And his last words. His father had planned to take his own life all along.
The price for insulting to the Signore de Lupi is a heavy one. He may be dead, but it won't stop until his bloodline is ended. Son of Bernardo, you will pay for the sins of your father. The price is his bloodline and your life.
Price? Did you say price? My father may have been wrong, but his dream was always about bringing change to the times. He wanted a Siracusa without Familiae, and spent his entire life planning it. I thought his own family was a chip to him. I thought he acted when he did because it was the right time. But now I know. He decided he was out of time. This was his only chance to get revenge on you and achieve his dream.
I told him everything he knew. He repaid me with betrayal.
You wouldn't understand. Signor de Lupi on high, thinking everything is under control. To father, even his own life was just another chip. He was determined to make his dream come true, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. But you're the one who will pay.
You're the whelp.
Welcome back, Texas. Are you done over there? Yeah. Time to clean up the trouble over here.
Texas. Do not forget who permitted you to break from Siracusa. How dare you defy me?
I kept my bargain with Bernardo. I owe you nothing.
Fool.
Bernardo killed himself? Why? The game is over, Lavinia. So that's what you really meant. Siracusa without the Familiae. That was your true dream. Why didn't you tell me? I recognize that chime. Try to keep your head in a fight, Judgy. Loveland, why didn't you tell me you were throwing a party, Texas? You would have come anyway. Yeah, you're right.
Get lost, come without a map. There's a place for you here.
Let me tell you some good news, Signor de Lupi. Video de Lupi, whatever you are.
Starting now, everything in Siracusa is my enemy. Even supernatural beings like you.
Idiot.
What about you, boss? You're looking me in the eye. Would you tell me without a doubt that you chose your dreams?
Everyone is here, heck yeah.
Like Leon? I mean, I don't know the answer anymore.
Clearly you reached something because I see Rhodes Island stuff on you, so...
Stay focused if you don't want to die. You're...
The feeble fang of Agnes. You think yourself worthy to stand before me just because you caught a glimpse of the death of my fang.
I promised Bernardo that I'd help his kin.
Agnes is ready to feeble fang. To put an end to her part in this game. You cannot destroy me no matter what you do.
ABC gang is going to be ABCD gang.
You cannot even harm me. Humans built cities, trapped themselves within, and think themselves the masters of lands beneath them. Do not presume to have risen just because you learned a few tools. But never conquered the wastes.
Ladies and gentlemen, you stand in the presence of the Emperor, Lungman Superstar. Boss? Let me take this chance to remind you that your vacation's almost up, Texas.
The beat drop.
Why are you here? You asking me? Someone and the girls ran off after you. You know what the past month's been like for me? I had been this born in 3,000 years. I got nobody to party with.
Emperor.
Hold it, Zaro. You're gonna say I got no business in Siracusa? I have no right to stick my flipper in here. Honestly, I don't give a shit. But if I think on it, I'm gonna pass some dumbass fight with you. Pin you at your own game, that'd make me happier. So.
Oh, the penguin with the Glock.
Or the... I don't know, what's that? I don't know, I just kind of said it off the top of my head. I don't know, it's a hand cannon at least. It's not some big EP shooter. Shadow after shadow emerges from beneath Emperor's feet and takes corporeal form. Can I have this as a wallpaper? Does anyone know if this is published anywhere? I want this as a wallpaper. No context, no text, just this. This is what I want. Zaro knows them, of course. They are Signori de Lupi who have lost in this round. They are here for one reason. He broke the rules. Take a screenshot? Yeah, that's probably the best way, huh? They can accept how he played. They will not permit the rules to be broken. Look, I brought the other Wolf Lords. They're bored too. Let me give you the good news. You're a loser. In pretty much every way, a man can be a loser. Signori de Lupi are immortal, but over the long years, they have long yearned how to contain, suppress, even torment each other. Against so many beings of his kind, Zaro knows that resistance is futile. After a moment of silence, he lowers his proud head. Oh, I definitely want the scene animated, heck yeah. Tell you the truth, Zaro? Your whole thing? The way you talk about power, the way you play with it, it'd be the heebie-jeebies. The way you stew in your anger, looking to tear everything in your way to pieces. That's what shows you still true to your nature. But all you wolves, don't you get bored playing a dumbass game like this for thousands of years? You had to come to Lungman. I don't think you had to play poker. Or Mahjong. Mahjong ain't bad. Mahjong is fun. I suck at it, but it's fun. A new rule set came out recently. The rules for this year came out. Or Or, well, for specific kind of mahjong. Zaro ignores Emperor's jabs. He takes one last long look at Leon Tuzo, and his silhouette becomes less and less distinct until he fades away completely. Wind. It is as though he never existed. Thanks, boss. Don't like me. Someone would have done something, even if it wasn't me. You just delegated the job, didn't you, Sexy? I'm not quite sure how I feel about the fact that I just read that line out loud. And I'm not sure about reading the next one either. Oh boy. Emperor, you are a character, my friend. It's been such a long... Buddy, there's one thing you gotta know about me, and that's that I'm not really attracted to anybody. Let alone fictional characters. I can think they look good. I think she looks good. But I'm not attracted to that. It's been a long time since anyone called me sexy. You're welcome to spend some time enjoying Siracusa if you like. Just call me Emperor. Interesting name. You're not arrogant or ignorant, like the Signore de Lupi. Siracusa welcomes you, Emperor. I think Siracusa is gonna like me. Signora Cecilia. The names of Signore de Lupi are archaic and stupid. Fair enough, no one's gonna disagree with that. I am Tuzo, son of Bernardo. Rest assured he'll never trouble you again. And Tuzo cannot move an inch. He realizes that everything ended the moment the old woman appeared. Not just the game of the Signore de Lupi, but their resistance as well. The old woman before him looks kind and cordial, but he knows that he will die in the most painful way possible if he makes one wrong move. He knows, however, that to back down now is to see all of his effort, all that he believes in, fade into dream. He looks over at Lavinia and sees the same thought in her eyes. Pardon me, Signora Cecilia. I do not expect to have the honor of your presence in this way. You may already know what happened. You may have already made your decision. But I hope you'll give me and Lavinia a chance. A chance? What kind of chance? A chance to talk. Even if we're doomed to die, I hope you'll grant us an audience before that happens. Huh. Junior always says I should listen to the youth more. I think he overestimates his age. Come with me, children. You have run the chance. May I have a moment first? I'll take one last look at Bernardo. Alright. Cynthia, Texas! You okay? We're fine. Yeah. What are you doing here? I was too worried. Giovanna's stable now, so I brought Croissant. Looks like everything's more or less hunky-dory over there, though. Really? She's actually gonna live? No. I'm not getting my hopes up. Nope. Not getting my hopes up. She can still die. There's still one more cutscene after this. I guess so. Ooh, still feels like something's missing, but I guess we can throw a party now. Yeah. You guys decide what kind of party you want. Where are you going, Texas? Toilet. Fair enough. Toilet isn't that way. I know. No, I do like Giovanna, but I'm worried she's going to die. I came to accept her death, like, the scene after she was introduced. I do indeed like Giovanna. But after she got stabbed, I was like, yeah, that sounds about right. And then she suddenly... At least this world isn't like the city. You know what? That is true enough to an extent.
Feel the weight off your shoulders? Like you just got over the hill? Still a big trouble waiting. Right here. Shall we go? We'll go. By the way, Texas, I got a letter from Senora Cecilia before you went back to Siracusa. Cool. She does not care. That's what it said. No thanks. Oh, you're no fun. Senora Cecilia invited me to join the Boca al Lupo. Boca al Lupo? Basically become one of her wolves. So I burned the letter. I figured I was gonna get some Siracusans giving me trouble for a while. We saw that back in both Code of Brawl and whatever the continued memories or whatever it's called. I can't remember what it's called. She did that right in front of what's his face in Capone. I can't remember the wolf guy's name. Or whichever one isn't Capone. You went back to Siracusa all of a sudden. You have any idea how surprised I was when I realized you were gone? So you made up your mind? Yes. I'll stay and help Lavinia and Leontuzo. What about you? I made up my mind too. I already made a hell of a scene with your own familia. I just want to say goodbye with my father. Texas, do you really not get what I see in you? Sometimes I think I do. Sometimes I think I don't. All I know is that you seem to have gotten over something. Oh? Are you showing concern for me? I just think you're kind of annoying. The pair are walking side by side. By now they head to opposite ends of the clearing, as if by some silent agreement. At the end of the day, we have to do this. I guess so. Do you remember? 7 years ago, you came to me. Part of the burning mansion, looking to get away from it all. I got help for it that day. 7 years later, you came to me again, in a rainy park. Issue a silly challenge to Siracusa. I'll kill you today. That's my line. Well, I guess my question's about to be answered from the start of the event. The sounds of weapons clashing fills the park. No tricks, no fooling around. Every attack is intended to kill. You can call me your past, Texas. I believe that no one can escape this swamp. You escaped your past once. Made up your mind to cut all ties with it after returning to Siracusa. You proved to everyone that you have what it took to escape the swamp. You're staying here of your own accord to help that young cub change the place. You're giving me too much credit. My dream has always been to live a simple life with few good friends. I'll defend it if someone threatens to destroy it. There's nothing complicated about it. They're both very pretty. I never truly knew you, Selenia. Didn't realize how Siracusa exhausted you, or how you resented Columbia. Now that I think about it, I was like my grandma. She spent her entire life hoping that old Salvador would change his mind. She never even asked, never tried to fight for it. Same for me. I assumed the good times would last forever. I was so proud, so arrogant. You wouldn't mind me staying with you? I would love to chat more with Sora. I don't deserve that. Not yet. And so let me close the curtains on Act 3 of La Morte de Texas. Selenia Texas' story. You're free, Selenia. No one defines you. So let me put it a different way. In my nightmare, Texas, you always surprise me. You're always a step ahead of me. You made all the decisions that I couldn't. I can finally say this after taking that step like you did. You're right. There's nothing complicated about it. I hated everything about Siracusa so much, I should have destroyed it. In the end, you're the one who made me take the step. That's why you said goodbye to your father, while you're standing here in front of me. You want to settle things with your past. Yes, just like you. We didn't have to go at each other's throats like this. But it happened. We each decided on our own that to kill each other is the way to settle things. The best way to say our goodbyes. One who survives will become stronger.
Not that Lapland has become stronger than Texas, or that Texas has become weak. As they have a Griffin stepping up their animation, the slide is good in the courtroom truck scene, yeah. Just like how Lapland did not lose to Texas 7 years ago because she was weaker. They were evenly matched from the beginning. What determines the outcome is Lady Luck, perhaps. And more importantly, strength of will. 7 years ago, Lapland lost the Battle of Wills. But now, having said goodbye to the Familia, her will is no weaker than Texas's. Either may win, and either may lose.
It's over. Texas, stay back.
Texas takes one look at Sora, then closes her eyes. Lapland thought she knew Texas well enough. What did she not know? She bore witness to Texas's exhaustion with Siracusa and her decision to declare war on the country. Texas's decisions surprised her each time. This time, she thought, it would not be so. One lives, the other dies. There would be no other end. As she saw the unwillingness to let go in Texas's eyes, she once again realized that she was wrong. At the very end, in the ending that Lapland wrote for herself, Texas has surprised her, once again.
Alright.
Lapland sees this battle as a farewell, a liberation. Lose, and she will accept her death. Win, and she will be able to let it all go. When the pin by the name of Texas is pulled from her consciousness, a lunatic by the name of Lapland would be born. But it never happened. Because...
Texas. So you were just Texas after all.
Of course I'm just Texas. What about you?
Looks like I'm just Lapland.
Lapland extends a hand to Texas. Texas takes the hand.
Texas, am I your friend or your enemy?
You're my friend
And my enemy.
Then go.
Let me do what a friend should.
Texas nods towards the others and walks towards Great Hall. It is all so natural, as though it was the way all things should be. When Lavinia walks into the church and sees the body sitting silently on the pew, she finally accepts the truth. Bernardo is dead. She sits by the man who is both father and brother. The man who had such an impact on her life, and stays silent. In the end, she says nothing. She holds Bernardo's lifeless hand, as though communicating something or getting something from him. Then, she turns and leaves. The dead are dead and gone. She must move on.
I heard my friends talking about what you did. Let me ask you one thing, child. All the nations across these lands are seeking change, trying to move with the times. But the impetus for change is an awareness of the inadequacy, or a search for a breakthrough. Does Siracusa need that? Does Siracusa really need to change? Do you think that the familiar is something that must exist? Nothing is. But it existed for centuries before I was born. We can't deny our history or so easily destroy what already exists, can we? That's why you chose to continue the familiar system when you established Greyhall. Now all the familiar have to operate under your control. I don't intend to deny it. In fact, I think this was the correct decision at its time. But things are different now? Correct. The return of the Colombian familiar brought advanced technology and philosophy. The Colombians are exerting an increasing influence on familiar-style rule, but many haven't realized it. Some of what my father did was overly radical. Our motivations are different, and so are our means. But one thing is the same. We both believe that Siracusa doesn't need the familiar anymore. What are you planning to do then? The simplest thing would be to kill you here, or die trying. That's a choice my father would have made. As for me, I would like to borrow a city. An interesting proposal. A new city needs new blood. But you're on your own, child. How am I supposed to believe that you can reach your goal? The doors of Greyhall are pushed open before Senora Cecilia finished her sentence. Salinia, last Texas. Come here and let me get a good look at you. I see your grandfather in you. Thank you. Looks like Giovanna has given you the necklace I gave her. What is it you want? Want to go back to Longmin? I guarantee that Siracusa will never disturb you again. I want to ask you to spare Familia Rosati. Oh, that's a surprise. Malik assassinated Giovanna and tried to kill you many times. Do you really want to spare him? They're only trying to survive in their own way. You can keep the necklace. I never intended to do anything to them. Or you can trade it for the right to use Siracusa forever. Texas sits down by Leontuza's side. Don't need that. I'm extending my vacation. What about you, Lepin? Lone Wolf, Salazar's trader. Lepin walks to Texas's side with a jesting smirk on her face. I got a simple dream. I want to destroy Siracusa, just like them. The difference is that I'm not as civilized. And you, Judge Lavinia? Instrument of my will? Lavinia stands behind Leontuza. Your will was once Siracusa itself. But now I'm going to change it. You believe that I'm wrong? I believe that no one can be right forever. Senora Cecilia casts her gaze at the four young people before her. One who came from the strongest familia in Siracusa, whose upbringing made him long for a civilized future. Denied by his position, he chose to bury his head in the sand.
One who came from modest beginnings, who earned the favor of the familia. It filled her with doubt about herself, and so she chose to deceive herself. One who came from the oldest familia in Siracusa, who hated everything that it asked of her. It drove her to rebellion, down a path of madness. One who came from the strongest familia in Colombia, who became exhausted with the existence of the familia itself. She chose to run away in silence. They wanted to change Siracusa for different reasons, but they all came together in the end. I won't live forever. I still have a few decades left. Until the moment that my eyes close forever, Siracusa will continue to enjoy the peace that I bring. What about you, child? You stand on your father's shoulders, seeking to make the system better and fairer. Do you think you can choose the correct path? I gave you Siracusa. Do you guarantee that she would walk a better path and become a better country? I can't guarantee that. But just as you're willing to listen to me here today, someone else comes along looking to change my ways, I'm willing to sit down and hear him out. Senora Cecilia smiles. You see, I don't hear any fighting. They're fine. You're the only one who could be so at ease like this. It's the head of the state there, you know. Sorry for making you worry. It's fine. Huh? Where's Lapland? She... Texas casts her gaze in a certain direction. She's fulfilled her duty as a friend. Who knows what form she'll take when she shows herself next time? The only thing I can be sure is this. I haven't seen the last of her. My head hurts just thinking about it. Never mind. Let's see how Giovanna's doing. Yeah. Giovanna, we're back. The room is empty. So as joy quickly turns to confusion. Then she sees a stack of paper on the desk. It is a script. Sora flips over the first page. Dedicated to my dear old friend, Selenia. And my new friends, Penguin Logistics. The part that Giovanna was struggling with in Act 3 of La Morte de Texas. Is that what you left for us? You didn't have to leave. And thus... It appears we have one more thing to read through. I got the time. You're alive. You... genuinely, I am shocked. You are alive? Like, this is Crown Slayer, right? This isn't something that I'm, like, misremembering something. This is Crown Slayer, right? My tail, though, what? Nothing's changed at all. In these filthy streets, nor this damn rain. And what it is... That is Crownslayer. Well, dang, she's still alive. I don't know what it is, but even through the snow and Ursus can kill people, the rains here somehow is more unpleasant. It's a hairdryer at my master's place. Crownslayer, yep. That's a name drop. Master's house is located at the end of this alley. Years ago, Crownslayer stormed off in a rage to prove that she was strong enough to take revenge on conspiracies looming over her. Now, Lumia has returned once more. Whether or not her efforts have poked a hole through that gloomy sky, she cannot yet say. Possibly nothing at all has changed. Possibly she has become an accomplice to an even greater calamity. But luckily, Lyudmila is still able to return to this place. She thinks to herself, surely her teacher will be able to tell her what to do next. At that moment, she suddenly feels a chill. At first, Lyudmila assumes it is because she is nervous about facing her teacher again. But just as quickly, she realizes that she was wrong. She starts to shake uncontrollably on the spot. Maestro! The thick, inescapable stench of blood. Her teacher lies face up on the ground, flesh blood still flowing outward and spreading. A small knife has been dropped nearby. Lyudmila tries to approach and stifle her teacher's still bleeding wound, but she finds herself unable to move a single step, unable to even tear away her gaze. In the shadows wafts an aura that is both familiar and terrifying to her. A wolf with gray hair, wearing a red hoodie. The true wolf is dead. I did as grandmother asked. It's you. What have you done? I'm a wolf hunter. I do as grandmother asks. The true wolf is dead. The true wolf did not fight. Consul. Kill you. Bravo Scout C to only kill wolves. We're not a wolf. Was she your Kelsey? That's why you smell of wolf. You know she couldn't fight anymore. So why? Grandmother said, these are the rules of the game. And now, she's out. I have to go. There are the wolves here. I have to find them. You know the wolf is out of the game. Is someone faster than me? Don't you dare leave. The wolf on the red hoodie does not respond to Lyudmila's cries. She hums a fragmented ditty, flitting past Lyudmila with brisk steps. Miyazatra's hand grasps only thin air. She suddenly remembers what her teacher once told her. Lyudmila, do you know what it means to be my student? I've become decrepit and weak now. Are you still willing to be my student and my tool? We will both regret it, Mikasa. Mila falls to her knees. Drink deep of the suffering of the deceased. I thought it was just going to end it there. I thought it was going to end it there. Project Red, or not Project... Yeah, Project Red. Is a Fang. Crown Slayer was supposed to become a Fang. That's some major lore drops right there, and you're just... I figured they would leave it. A performance worthy of Senora Katrina. You're well worth the wait. We finally know that Selenia, the ideal Siracusan, was just a fantasy concocted by this collective Siracusan consciousness. What? Because she was so well known by the public as a symbol of perfection, her existence was reasonable enough to explain away through the common imagination. Blown away by the big reveal at the end. She never existed at all. What a profound conclusion. After the incident with that broadcast a while ago, everything that followed over the next 12 hours, I thought it was going to be the end of Volsini. Despite all that, here we are enjoying the fantastic production. Così alla vita. You can say that again. Phew, I thought the sky was going to fall. Who would have ever expected things to unfold like that? So are you planning to move over to the new city? Depends. Signorina Katrina's plays are still available over in the new city. I could see myself heading over. City without familia, huh? Growing up, I never dared to imagine a future like that. Now that you mention it, you know that Signorina Katrina is working on something completely new? A new production? That's right. The thought of it alone is enough to get my blood pumping. It's called Siracusa. A shovel digs into the dirt. Then again. Nantuso is struggling to dig a grave in a cemetery. Next to him is a coffin, in which his father, Bernardo, sleeps. Today is the funeral of Bernardo, the former Don of Familia Ballon. A funeral for one of the Doci Dons should have seen the entire cemetery packed to the fences. But not a single soul will mourn the passing of a man who betrayed his familia, his city, and his society. And Tuso also asked Lavinia and the others not to come. This is his last farewell to his father. Padre mio, how would you be seen by future generations? As a man who ushered in a new era, or as a man who betrayed the old one? Guess that all depends on how well I do. You passed one hell of a weight onto my shoulders. But I guess that means I'm a worthy son. And I'm a sucker here to clean up your mess. Yantuzo continues to chat animately, as if his father is still alive with him as he digs. But other than that, he does not know what else to say. Oh, right. Signora Cecilia agreed to my request. There will be no familia in the new nomadic city. This part of your dream did come true. After talking with Signora Cecilia, I think I finally understand her a bit better. Seems like she wouldn't mind taking Siracusa with her to the grave. It doesn't bother her that all Siracusa can enjoy a semblance of peace while she's alive, because for her, Siracusa doesn't need a future. How should I put this? Signora Cecilia is more like the caretaker of a bygone era than an actual ruler. The reason she was willing to give me a chance was just because she decided it was worth a try. Nothing more, nothing less. What a terrifying being. Phew, I thought I'd be here all day digging your grave, but it turns out it wasn't so hard. Enough space has been made in the ground to accommodate the coffin. The last thing that remains is to lower it in. Tuzo walks to the front of the coffin, hesitates for a moment, but finally reaches out his hands. The coffin is extremely heavy, and pushing it is a very demanding task. Just as his strength is about to waver, he is suddenly joined by a pair of helping hands. Tuzo turns his head and sees Dimitri right next to him. Dimitri, you... Dimitri says nothing, simply taking an object that shines with silvery light out from his coat, and tossing it into the grave. It's a pocket watch. The dawn. He gave it to me. And now I guess it's been returned to its original owner. You've already apologized to me, Leontuso. But even if I can forgive you, my fratelli who died in conflict would never forgive you. Even if Familia Bologna is gone, I won't forget them. I hear you plan to organize a new Familia. Most of the guys who survived left already, but some stayed behind. They need a place to go. Even for you, that's one ass backwards Familia. That's how it should be. You're walking down a thorny path. I know. Eventually I will stand in your way. I know. So don't go dying on me. The rain continues to come down hard, but Leontuso can still faintly hear a soft Leon at the end of that sentence. Same to you, Dimitri. He lifts his head and lets the raindrops strike his face. You won't be needing most of this furniture anymore, right? Guess not. Familia Bologna is no more. Most of the old associates have already left. After all, it's not an easy thing to stomach getting betrayed by your own Don. Bernardo, who practically stood at the highest pinnacle of a Familia's rule, has... Excuse me. Bernardo, who practically stood on the highest pinnacle of a Familia's rule, has repudiated the very existence of a Familia. Excuse me. Not now. Just let me finish the story, please. He also repudiated many things once seen as priceless. Honor, trust, loyalty, dedication to the Familia. My father teach each and every wise guy those rules without ever believing them himself. I don't know. I've been thinking a lot about it the past few days. Did I ever know the real Bernardo Bologna? The artistic director of Compagnia dell'Alba was one mask that he wore. The cunning Don Bologna was another. But is it not possible that the smiling, bright-eyed Bernardo who once shared his ideals with me was just another mask? But it doesn't matter. Not anymore. Leon. The two of you, together, gave a chance for that new city to be truly reborn. I guess so. The movers will be here soon. Alright. None of this has been in vain, Leon. In the new city area, I guess it's a proper city now, we'll build something new. Something brand new. What Siracusa has never seen before. An order that belongs to everyone. Leontuso looks at Lavinia, his eyes shining with determination. civilization. Each wolf, from its moment of birth, knows that its existence is a symbol of the wasteland. Sorry, I'm trying to hold the hiccups. After countless areas and countless conflict, I finally selected the Alpha Wolf through the rules of the game as it had been played up to that point. For Zaro, his defeat this round was undoubtedly a disgrace. But they will continue to live on. Slogan? As long as there is another round of the game to be played, he will stage his comeback in time. Sandy has already started searching for suitable candidates. Almost immediately he found Lapland. Wandering the wastes after having left Volsini. Are you done napping yet, Zaro? Zaro and Lapland have been fighting in the wastes for the past 3 months. During that time, Zaro had kept countless opportunities to sink his fangs into the neck of this madwoman. There was no way for her to defeat him. But he gradually comes to realize he has no way of defeating her. No thought can be nourished in her blood and sinew. No victory can be proclaimed in her head. And no meaning can be derived from her death. She is an empty husk that has been filled. Is she also the wastes? She is an overgrowth. He understands in an instant that Bernardo's betrayal was an unexpected act of rationality. The being before him is completely beyond his comprehension. He has seen humans like her before. She is hardly unique. But at this unique point in time, she indeed is the only such one before him. Sorry, I'm trying to stop the hiccups. A summon. And thus, for the first time in thousands of years, and perhaps the last time, the incarnation of the wastes lies down next to a human being. He chooses to surrender his dignity to the unknown. Done fighting?
Our battle will continue for thousands upon thousands of years. Until the victor is decided, I will walk with you.
Whatever you say.
Lapland's weapons slip from her grasp. She has already lost consciousness. Before she falls, Zaro walks over and supports her body with his own. As if it is the most natural thing to do.
Texas, we've chosen different paths to destroy Siracusa. I'm so looking forward to seeing you again.
She closes her eyes and falls into a deep slumber. The vast wilderness is completely devoid of anything else. For a brief moment, it seems as if all existence between heaven and earth is but one human and one wolf. Savagery. And thus marks the end Yeah, the Siracusa. Right, and okay. Well, that's it. Thus, we bring this event to a close. Lapland Power Mountain indeed. I am so sorry about the hiccups at the end. Afraid I do not know what brought them on. I had to think I was doing well for the first 4 hours. But that's that. So, I think we're going to go ahead and wrap it up here. Thank you all so much for coming out. I really appreciate it. If you enjoyed what you saw today, feel free to follow. It's a nice and easy way to say, hey, I like what you're doing, keep up the good work. It is also a nice and easy way to get notifications. See you on the flip side? Yeah, see you on the flip side. Thanks for coming and hanging out. It's follows are a nice easy way to get notifications. I think I'm about to both Twitch and Twitter. I make way for a new chapter in Limbus, indeed. If you're interested in checking out some of my past content, please feel free to check out my YouTube channel. It's where I upload all of my VODs. And the occasional YouTube short and long form video. I made it a goal this year to upload at least one short or long form video per month to the channel this year. These will highlight either something from the stream or something off stream. So if you're interested in seeing what I create, holding me to my word, or just checking out my past content, feel free to check that out. Regardless if I choose to share your support, though, it all means a lot to me, and I greatly appreciate it. And I hope you all have a wonderful day, night, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time happens to be wherever you are. And I hope to see you all again later. Now then, with all that said, I believe we have enough people to raid. Shall I make someone's day? Indeed, a small but mighty raid. I'm not going to raid myself, thank you, Twitch. I'm not seeing anybody online who I really know. Oh, here we go. They have a decent chunk of people, but it says they're a week-old newbie attempting to break IS. I'm not sure if that's Il Siracusa or any good strategies. But how about we pay them a little visit? Let's go ahead and do that. Alrighty. Alrighty. Well, thank you all so much for coming out. I really appreciate it. I hope to see you all again later. And I appreciate all your support. Let's go show an Arknights newbie some support.